Chapter 588. No, you came too quickly. I just didn't comfort them well enough. Cale's voice came from within the palace. He then led a group of fairies out of the palace. Cale said gently, Prince Paris, if you return to Troy, you will face a terrifying fate. If you stay here, you might be able to live peacefully. Pei Yun knew that Cale was speaking the truth. If it was the original Paris, if he returned to Troy, he would undoubtedly face the judgment of fate. But Pei Yun was different. He came to this world with a goal in mind. He had not obtained the golden apple, nor had he completed the plum blossom task. How could he hide? He could only face it head-on and quickly increase his strength to face his impending fate. No, Cale, thank you for your kindness. But I have decided to return to Troy. That is my home. If there is a terrifying fate waiting for me there, then I have to face it even more. Prince Paris, since you are so determined, I will not stop you. As he said this, Cale handed the map to Pei Yun regretfully. Pei Yun took the map and confirmed it. He then smiled. Cale, you have helped me. You will not regret it. Mount Olympus. The gods sat around the clouds. Through them, they saw Prince Paris riding a ship back to Troy. This was beyond the gods' expectations. Originally, they had planned to exile Prince Paris for a long time, and only let him return to Troy when the war against Troy was about to end. But now, Paris had only been gone for a month, and he had successfully found the map and was on his way back to Troy. Do we need to stop Paris from returning to Troy? Athena asked Hera. Hera's original intention was to stop Paris from returning, but Zeus had other plans. He said, There's no need, but you can transfer Achilles over. It's about time for him to go on stage. 2 years had passed since the war against Troy. It coincided with the time of the war in history. At this time, Achilles could participate in the war. At this moment, the scene in the clouds changed to the scene of the Amazon. Look, the Amazon Queen is coming to Troy, Hera said as she looked at the scene in the clouds. At this time, in the Amazon kingdom, Queen Penthesilea was preparing the necessary supplies for the war. The gods could foresee that Queen Penthesilea of the Amazon would come to Troy. Should we continue to attack the Amazon? Athena asked. The gods had already decided on a strategy to attack the Amazon and force Queen Penthesilea to participate in the Battle of Troy. In history, Penthesilea accidentally killed her younger sister while hunting due to the interference of the gods, and was hunted down by the 3 goddesses of fate. In order to atone for her sins, she had no choice but to participate in the Battle of Troy, and in the end, she sacrificed herself on the battlefield. Hera glanced at Artemis and Ares in the distance and said, Penthesilea was supposed to kill her sister to urge her to go to the battlefield of Troy, but now that she has come of her own accord, there is no need to continue to kill her. We still have to consider the feelings of Artemis and Ares. Athena nodded her head slightly in agreement. These were all minor changes caused by Pei Yun changing the script. It seemed so natural that even the gods of Mount Olympus did not suspect anything and could only correct it. The Greek camp at this time, these people had been camping here for a few years, which meant that they had been away from their homes for a few years. The camp was relatively simple at first, but it gradually became more and more complete. Now it was a town, and the big tent in the center of the camp had long been built with stone. These were all mined from the surrounding stone mountains, and the people around Troy were used to build it. Around the big tent in the center, some of the important hero princes' tents were made of stone, and some were made of wood. Only the barracks of the ordinary soldiers were still tents, but they were more complete than before. At this time, in a room, the Greek prophet Calchas woke up from his dream and sighed. Master, are you thirsty? I brought honey wine. The servant saw him and raised the candle to let more light into the room, and took out a silver wine jug. Give me a cup. Calchas' heart was beating fast, but he did not reject the servant's offer. A god had just appeared in his dream and told him a piece of news, asking him and Austin to welcome Achilles to Troy. That's how hard it is to be a prophet. Finishing the wine, Calchas got up from his bed and put on his clothes. He quickly went to Austin's tent. Under the candlelight, Austin was writing a letter overnight. When he saw Calchas walk in, his expression changed slightly, but he hid it well, and a smile appeared on his face. Austin, the gods have given us another task. We have to invite Achilles, no matter what reason he has, we have to invite him. After Calchas entered, he did not exchange pleasantries with Austin and went straight to the point. I understand, but Achilles' mother, Thetis, is not an ordinary goddess. Will she stop us from carrying out our mission? Austin's face darkened and he spoke cautiously. Because he was blessed by the gods, he knew many secrets, and he had a better understanding of the status and power of Achilles' mother. Thetis was the daughter of the sea god Nereus and the sea goddess Doris. This identity was not a big deal, but the key was that during the War of the Titans, she had summoned the Centaurs to help Zeus fight against the Titans, which was a great contribution to Zeus. This directly showed her status. Calchas' face darkened as well, but he said, "This is the business of the gods. We just have to do our best." There was one thing he did not mention. Since the gods had arranged for this, they would definitely consider Thetis' influence, and he believed that some gods had already gone. Furthermore, he believed that Austin would understand the relationship between the two of them. To avoid offending a deity, he did not point this out. Hearing Calchas' words, Austin thought about it and said, "Okay, I'll talk to General Agamemnon about this tomorrow." After these few years of war, Agamemnon's authority had become more and more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and they had gradually developed trust in him. If there were no accidents, when Agamemnon conquered Troy and won this war, his prestige would reach its peak. However, this was not in the interests of the gods. But at this moment, everyone still trusted Agamemnon very much, and they would report anything to him. Ocean, palace far away at the bottom of the sea, there was a palace hidden underwater. The palace was not affected by the seawater at all, and it was glorious. At this moment, in the underwater palace, Thetis opened the water mirror in front of her, and it showed the conversation between Calchas and Austin. She had also heard the entire conversation between Calchas and Austin. This day has finally come. Thetis was furious. In order to defeat fate, she had not hesitated to soak Achilles in the river Styx to make him immortal, but in the end, she had failed. Later, in order to resist the arrangement of fate, she entrusted the young Achilles to Lycomedes, the king of Cyllus, hoping that he could raise Achilles to adulthood and escape from the cruel arrangement of fate. But even after spending so much effort, he still could not escape fate. When she saw the two mortals talking about taking Achilles to Troy, she could not help but feel a wave of anger in her heart. She wanted to teach these two mortals who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson, and let them understand that the child Thetis was not someone they could plot against. Thinking of this, she was about to get up. "Honorable Thetis, what do you want to do?" At this moment, a young man appeared, holding a twin snake staff in his hands. He had a slightly frivolous smile, and the small wings behind his ears and feet were still flapping. It seemed like he had just arrived. "It's Hermes." Holding the snake-shaped staff, Hermes passed through the seawater and directly arrived at Thetis's underwater palace. He looked at Thetis, who was about to get up. Thetis was silent. She knew that Hermes had come to stop her. Sure enough, she heard Hermes continue, "Didn't you already know and agree not to interfere with Achilles' fate?" Thetis was still silent. She had indeed agreed to such a request when she was disheartened, but Achilles was her child after all. Seeing the fate he was about to face, how could she bear to see it, so she could not help but stop him. "Don't go against Zeus. You know, this concerns Zeus' fate, and he will not forgive you." Hermes stopped smiling and gave a sincere warning. "But the prophecy may not be me, Métis may not be it, and I may not be it." Faced with Hermes' aggressiveness, Thetis, who had been silent, could not help but speak up. "Thetis, you are right, but as long as there is a trace of possibility, Zeus will not let it go. Hermes' words were close to a threat, clearly telling Thetis that this time it was Zeus who felt threatened, and that she should not interfere, or he would deal with her as well. Thetis was silent. The terrible prophecy of Prometheus had troubled Zeus. Metis was Zeus' first wife and Athena's mother, but even so, Zeus had mercilessly swallowed her into his stomach, let alone herself. Fate was ever-changing. If Metis could not complete the prophecy, then it would be her, Thetis, next, and perhaps there would be other goddesses in the future. If there was suspicion, then it must be eliminated. This was Zeus' logic. If Thetis was not a god, perhaps killing her would be a better solution. Also, Peleus, your husband is only the grandson of Zeus, but Achilles' divine blood is almost catching up to Hercules, right? This constantly increasing divine blood is too shocking for the god. Hercules completed 12 impossible tasks and became a god. This could be considered the arrangement of fate, but the gods did not want to see a hero like Hercules appear among the heroes of mankind. And now it seemed that Achilles, who had rich divine blood and was constantly approaching Hercules, was the most likely to meet this condition, and might even surpass Hercules. So, he must die. Hermes made a conclusion, with the coldness and determination unique to gods. Hearing this, Thetis took 3 steps back and let out a deep sigh. As a mother who loved her child deeply, what could be more heartbreaking than watching her child die in front of her and being powerless to do anything about it? But she had no choice. The root cause of the Battle of Troy was the terrible prophecy of Prometheus. A wrong marriage will bring destruction to the king of the gods. Fate turned to Metis, and before Athena was born, Zeus swallowed her. Now it was Thetis' turn. Zeus arranged for Thetis to marry the mortal hero Peleus, and they gave birth to Achilles. In order to reasonably kill Achilles, the son of destiny, Zeus launched the Battle of Troy. As for the elimination of the human heroes, it was only incidental. Therefore, the death of Achilles was a foregone conclusion. Everyone else could live, but he would definitely die. Hermes looked at her sympathetically and said, "Thetis, don't stop him. Otherwise, no matter how much affection and merit you have, it will be useless in the face of Zeus' anger and thunder." With that, Hermes flapped his wings and disappeared into the sea in an instant. Chapter 589. Scuros Island. The island had beautiful scenery, and the olive forest made Scuros Island look very civilized. At the same time, Scuros Island was also rich in spices. These products made the residents of Scuros Island wealthier, and their lives were more relaxed. Odysseus and the Greek prophet Calchas were on a ship heading towards Skyros Island. After a few months of trekking on the sea, they could finally see the outline of Skyros Island in their sight. "We're almost there," Calchas said as he gazed into the distance at the faintly discernible island. Anyone who had been sailing at sea for 2 months would feel a heartfelt joy as they approached their destination. Austin, on the other hand, was worried. "Prophet Calchas, it will take us a few months to go back and forth. This is too tiring and a waste of time. Are you sure Achilles is on this island?" "I'm sure," Calchas said seriously. Not only did he know where Achilles lived, but he also knew Achilles' role in the Battle of Troy. This was all God's guidance. Achilles had never been out of God's sight, and all of Tethya's efforts were in vain. As the two spoke, the ship approached the port of Scuros Island. At this moment, there were 7 ships at the port, and people were coming and going. Most of them had come to Scuros Island to collect olives and spices. When the ship docked, Odysseus and Calchas disembarked. Odysseus looked at the port and said with envy, "Scuros Island is so prosperous." He looked at the prosperous scene before him and thought about his kingdom of Ithaca. He felt that it was completely different. These are all merchants who come here to collect spices and olives. "This is normal," Calchas said. "Let's go and visit our old friend Lycomedes." Then, Odysseus and Calchas led a group of soldiers to the palace. At the palace gate, King Lycomedes had received the news and was waiting there. Soon, the chariot that Odysseus and Calchas were in appeared in Lycomedes's sight. When the two got off, King Lycomedes went up to them and said warmly, "Honorable guests, welcome from afar. I have prepared a sumptuous banquet for you in the palace." King Lycomedes, "Thank you very much for your warm welcome." Calchas and Odysseus chatted. After that, they followed Lycomedes to the banquet hall of the palace. Inside the banquet hall, Lycomedes had called all the princes of the kingdom to attend the banquet. It was obvious that the arrival of Austin and Calchas was very important to him. The tables in the banquet hall were also filled with all kinds of barbecued meat and fine wine. Austin looked at the wine jugs on the table. They were all inlaid with gold, and the cups were also bronze. He could not help but think to himself, "The kingdom of Scylla sure is rich." There was another burst of envy in his heart, along with a faint trace of jealousy. Of course, Lycomedes did not know what Odysseus was thinking. When he saw that everyone was seated, he picked up the wine cup on the table and said, "Come, let's toast and welcome our guests from afar, King Odysseus of Ithaca and the Greek prophet Calchas." After that, he downed the wine in one gulp. Everyone followed suit and downed the wine in their cup. The atmosphere of the banquet was very warm. Suddenly, Calchas raised his wine cup, stood up, and said, "Respected King Lycomedes, thank you very much for your warm welcome. This time, we are under the orders of the commander of the Greek allied forces, Agamemnon. We hope to bring Achilles, the son of Peleus, back to Troy." When Lycomedes heard Calchas' request, he shook his head and said, "Peleus' son? No, no, I can swear to God that I have never adopted Peleus' son." Lycomedes' tone was firm, and it did not seem like he was faking it. Odysseus and Calchas were momentarily speechless. He then continued, "But the child that you are talking about is only a girl. She grew up with my princesses, and I have not seen her for a long time. I do not recognize her." Odysseus and Calchas were overjoyed and expressed their intention to take a look at the girl. Lycomedes was a little unhappy with the two's request, but he still agreed in the end. He turned around and ordered, "Go get all the girls in my palace." Lycomedes summoned all the princesses to the banquet hall for Odysseus and Calchas to identify them. After a while, a group of princesses arrived. They were all around 15 or 16 years old. Odysseus and Calchas immediately left their seats and carefully looked at the many princesses. Their eyes swept up and down, trying to find some clues from these princesses. However, no matter how sharp the two heroes' eyes were, they could not tell which one of them was Achilles in female clothing. Odysseus sneaked up to Calchas and said, "Could it be that King Lycomedes is playing a trick, or is Achilles not even among them?" Odysseus was very good at scheming. It was easy for him to judge others by his own standard. Whenever something did not go his way, he would think that others were also scheming to fool him. Calchas looked at Odysseus and replied, "Honorable Odysseus, King Lycomedes is not playing a trick. He really thinks that Achilles is a girl, and Achilles is definitely among them. It is just that he has been playing with the princesses since he was 9, so it is not easy to tell. Also, even if Lycomedes is hiding it, it is normal. This is something that Thetis entrusted to him, so he has to take good care of her." Thetis herself was not strong. She was only a lesser goddess, but she was the daughter of Nereus and Doris, the goddess of the sea. She had also performed meritorious deeds for Zeus, so it was natural for Lycomedes to take care of her. "I see, but it will not be easy to find Achilles," Odysseus said. "Although it will not be easy, we have to complete the mission this time." Odysseus nodded. He understood the special nature of this mission. This was a mission given by the gods, so he could not reject it. He had to find a way to complete it. After a while, the banquet gradually dispersed, but Odysseus and Calchas were still thinking of ways to find Achilles. Looking at the princesses standing in the hall, the cunning Odysseus suddenly came up with a plan. He said to Calchas, I have a plan to find Achilles, but I need King Lycomedes's permission. Calchas was a little curious and asked, "What plan?" So Odysseus told him his plan in a low voice, but Calchas was the one to communicate with Lycomedes. After Calchas heard the plan, he looked at Odysseus in a new light. He felt that although he was cunning, he was very intelligent and could often come up with plans that normal people could not think of. He found Lycomedes and said, "Honorable King Lycomedes, we will use the horn of war to find Achilles. I hope it will not affect your kingdom." Although Lycomedes was not happy, he could not reject Calchas' request. The great Greek prophet Calchas, "Just do it. I will give the order, and it will not affect you." "Thank you so much, King Lycomedes," Calchas said and left to tell the good news to Odysseus. Hearing that Lycomedes had agreed to this plan, Odysseus was happy. He asked someone to bring a spear and a shield and place them in the hall. He then ordered his followers to blow the horn of war and the sound of footsteps, as if enemies were charging into the palace. As soon as the battle horn sounded, the princesses in the palace turned pale with fright. A small country in Greece only had a few thousand people, and the so-called royal palace was a relatively grand building. It was not impossible for it to be attacked. They immediately hid, and only one girl remained in place. In order to protect her beloved princesses, and to show her bravery in front of them, the girl resolutely picked up the spear and shield on the ground. Odysseus and Calchas, who had not gone far, secretly looked in the corner. When they saw the horn of war sound and the princesses ran away, they saw someone pick up the spear and shield on the ground. They were sure that this person was the Achilles they were looking for. The two ran out excitedly, and Calchas said, "Achilles, we found you. Your father, the great hero Peleus, once swore on Helen's marriage, which was blessed by the gods, to protect the legitimate marriage from being broken. Now that Prince Paris has broken the sacred marriage, all the princes who swore must go to war. Your father is too old to go, so you have to go in your father's place." Achilles, who was standing, was speechless. He was too young and did not know about these complicated plots. He really thought that the enemies had attacked the palace. When his mother left, she warned him not to expose his identity, but now it was all over. "Are you here to ask me to help you defeat your enemies?" Achilles asked directly. Odysseus rolled his eyes and had an idea. He said, "No, Achilles, you can't defeat them alone. We are just following the oath and bringing you to Troy." Even though Achilles was not old, he could not tolerate Odysseus' disdain. He said, "Don't worry, since you found me, I will go with you to Troy. I alone can defeat Troy and kill Prince Paris." The corner of Odysseus's mouth curled up, revealing a smile of success. "I hope that when I go to Troy, I can bring my coach Phoenix and my friend Patroclus with me. We have 50 battleships." "No problem," Calchas said as he exchanged glances with Austin. Both of them were overjoyed. Odysseus only had 8 battleships in the entire Ithacal kingdom, and the wealth left behind by the hero Peleus was not small. Chapter 590. Skyless Island Port. Today, the port was busier than usual. There were 50 more warships, and servants were carrying supplies to and fro the warships. Achilles had already put on his battle robe and even armor. His eyebrows were slender, his pupils were black, and his lips had a light color, making him look noble. At this moment, he looked very handsome, but he was no longer a young girl, but a brave warrior. In the distance, a carriage came slowly and stopped at the port. A real girl got out of it. Austin looked over and saw that it was one of the princesses. "It's King Lycomedes's daughter, Idamia," the prophet Calchas said after a glance. Idamia was crying as she walked to where Achilles was standing. When she reached Achilles, she hugged him tightly and cried even louder. Not long ago, Idamia discovered the secret that Achilles was a boy, and the two of them fell in love. At this moment she hugged Achilles. "My dear, I finally found out your identity, and now you are leaving. Troy is so far away, when will you come back? Dear Idemia, I am also very sad to part with you, but my fate has forced me to follow the 2 ambassadors to Troy. But don't worry, I will be back soon, Achilles said. My dear, do you know? I already have your child in my stomach, and he also hopes that you will come back as soon as possible, Idemia said in a low voice. Really? Achilles asked in surprise. Seeing Idemia nodding, Achilles was extremely excited and hugged Idemia tightly in his arms. He really did not expect Idemia to bring such good news. Faced with the pregnant Idemia, he felt that he should help the Greeks defeat Troy as soon as possible so that he could rush back to Skylus Island as soon as possible. Dear Idemia, I promise you that I will be back soon, and then I hope to see our child born. Go, I will wait for your triumphant return. Idemia wiped the tears on her face and said with a smile. Achilles kissed her on the forehead and turned to board the warship. There is already a child in her womb. The distant prophet Karka's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, This is the will of the gods. Austin nodded in agreement, but he did not say anything. Set sail. The flag-bearer signaled the start of the voyage, and a series of orders were given. The sails of the warships were all opened, and they slowly sailed out of Skylos Island, heading towards Troy. Mount Olympus. The gods had a panoramic view of the situation on Skylos Island from the clouds. Seeing the fleet set off, everyone knew that the Battle of Troy was about to usher in another turning point. Achilles has set off. Watching the ships set off one after another and sailed out of the port, Hera's mind was not here at this time. She asked Hermes, Is there any problem with Idemia's child? Hera was very concerned about the fetus in Idemia's womb. She did not want to cut off Achilles, and then there would be another person who was as powerful as him or even more powerful. Don't worry, there is no problem. I have personally checked her child, and everything is normal. Her child's bloodline has decreased sharply, and it is only equivalent to the bloodline of a third-generation divine descendant. Hermes paused and then said, I have already asked the goddess of fortune about this, and she did not find any abnormalities. Ever since the example of Hercules appeared in the past, no one was willing to see an overly powerful hero appear among the human heroes. People with powerful divine bloodlines were undoubtedly a potential threat, because only they could become people that even the gods found difficult to deal with. Hera nodded, very satisfied with Hermes's answer. Everything was actually arranged by Zeus, and she was only carrying out Zeus's will. There was once a prophecy that Tethys would give birth to a child that would far surpass his father, which alerted Zeus. He immediately stopped his pursuit of her and married her to Peleus, the king of the Myrmidons. Peleus was only the grandson of Zeus, and he himself belonged to the third-generation divine descendant, but the child he had with Tethys, Achilles, had divine bloodline almost catching up with Hercules, the son of Zeus, which was a typical atavism, equivalent to the second generation. This could not help but remind Zeus of the prophecy. Moreover, it could be observed that this child's divine bloodline was still growing, so it had to be cut off. However, Idemia's child did not inherit this characteristic, so there was no need to cut it off. In fact, it could not be inherited. If this kind of child won from generation to generation, not to mention destiny, even the world could not bear it. Continue to observe and pay attention, and when the child is born, check again, Hera ordered. I will observe, Hermes promised. Also, you see, Troy is getting stronger and stronger, which is not in the interest of Greece, and must be cleaned up by Achilles, Hera said again. I understand, Hermes said, and shifted his gaze to the port of Troy. Troy, the secret port. The Amazon queen Penthesilea led her fleet ashore, and led the powerful female Amazon warriors down from the warship slowly. Although it was at war on the port, the Trojan guards were divided into 2 rows, with a thick blanket in the middle to show respect for the guests who came from afar. Isn't this a little too grand? Why is there a gorgeous carpet under my feet? This is the etiquette to welcome the gods, and it is too much to welcome a mortal. Please remove these respectful etiquettes, or the gods will be jealous of me." Penthesilea was very touched, and said this, but she still walked across the carpet. A golden chariot pulled by 4 horses was quietly parked there, and the servants had already bowed and opened the curtain for Queen Penthesilea. Penthesilea got on the chariot, and just as she sat down, the coachman started the chariot. Pa, with a crisp sound of the whip, the 4 horses pulled the golden chariot and galloped towards the direction of the city of Troy. The female Amazon warriors riding on the Amazon horses followed. The chariot drove to the gate of Troy and slowly slowed down. Even the allies who came to help Troy had to go through a series of inspections before they were allowed to enter. Because the Greeks were stationed at the port of Troy not far away, and in order to prevent any accidents, the inspection at the gate of Troy had always been very strict. The chariot entered the city of Troy, and under the coachman's driving, it galloped towards the palace. After a while, Penthesilea realized that the chariot was gradually slowing down. When she looked, she realized that the chariot was parked in front of a palace, and the scale of the palace was far larger than the Amazon. But Penthesilea would not know that the Amazon palace was really terrible, and was considered to be the lowest among the kingdoms and city-states of Asia Minor. The king of Troy, Priam, was already waiting at the gate of the palace with a group of people. When he saw the chariot stop at the gate of the palace, he went to welcome it. When Priam saw the woman coming down from the chariot, he immediately knew that this was the famous Amazon Queen Penthesilea. He said, "Dear Queen Penthesilea, welcome from afar. Troy is honored by your arrival, and we have prepared a grand banquet for you in the palace. Please follow me." As he spoke, Priam personally led the way for the Amazon Queen, Penthesilea, all the way to the banquet restaurant. Penthesilea originally thought that she would arrive in Troy alone, but when she followed Priam into the banquet hall, she found that the hall was filled with the kings and heroes of the kingdoms and city-states. Everyone saw the Amazon Queen coming in, and there were kings who were familiar with her, and they even greeted her. Mysia, Lynassos, Thebes, and now the Amazon. Our Trojans are getting stronger and stronger. King Priam looked at the allies of Troy who rushed into the hall with a red face. This strength was unimaginable in the past. Now more and more city-states and kingdoms are gathering to resist the tyranny of the Greek. Our strength is also getting stronger and stronger, and I seem to see the dawn of victory. Priam thought of this and sighed. This was a matter of course. The Greeks went on an arduous expedition, and for logistical supplies, they naturally had to attack the nearby city-states to plunder wealth and food to replenish themselves. If Troy did not fight and did not help these city-states that were attacked by the Greeks, then these city-states would naturally not be able to withstand the attacks of the Greeks, and it would only be a matter of time before they were conquered. And the dead did not have a complete revenge, so naturally there was no backlash. There was no retribution for anesthetics here. But now with the support of Troy, although there were city-states that were conquered, and became a source of power for the Greeks, more than half of the city-states survived. Moreover, these city-states experienced war, and many people died. The surviving city-states all swore to fight the Greeks to the end. This was undoubtedly good news for Troy, and these people would become the most solid allies of Troy. All of this was Paris's achievement, but now, where is this son of his? King Priam sighed inwardly. He looked at Anon and Helen who were sitting in the corner. Seeing them sitting gloomily at the side, he felt a chill in his heart. The sense of pride that had just risen in his heart disappeared when he recalled Paris's disappearance. Priam knew that if it was not for Paris's strategy, Troy would not be in such a situation. Facing the powerful Greeks, they might have been in a passive position. They would not be like now, where they could occasionally counterattack the Greek. The atmosphere of the banquet was very good, and everyone was chatting happily about how to deal with the Greek. Everyone, how honored I am that everyone could come from afar to help Troy resist the arrogant Greek. "Let us raise our glasses and toast to tomorrow's victory," Priam said loudly. Cheers! All the princes and heroes raised their glasses together. Chapter 591. The warship sped across the sea, cutting through the waves as it sped into the distance. Thick, dark clouds had gathered in the sky. The dark clouds covered the entire surface of the sea, as if they were going to swallow the sea whole. The turbulent seawater became darker and darker. The wind howled, and the seawater was swept up by the wind, forming huge waves. The huge waves hit the ship again and again, and the whole ship was like a lonely boat in the sea that could capsize at any time. There were not many people on the ship, but they steered the ship steadily in the wind and waves of the sea. Normally, people would find a place to hide in such weather, but Pei Zi-yun hadn't seen land for a long time, so it was inevitable that they would run into a storm. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the distance. The whirlpool was huge, and the entire surface of the sea seemed to sink in. The whirlpool spun very quickly, and the center was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It seemed like it was going to swallow everything around it. The strange thing was that opposite the whirlpool was a towering mountain. The whirlpool formed there as if it was showing off to the mountain, but the mountain didn't move at all. Looking closely, there was a dark cave halfway up the mountain. The people on the ship saw it and wanted to go there to hide from the storm. However, with the whirlpool blocking their way, they could only take a detour. This is the great whirlpool of Charybdis. Don't go near it, charge through it. Also, don't go near that cave, there's a terrifying sea demon there. Pei Zi-yun looked at the whirlpool and the mountain that was getting closer and shouted, "Go around it!" At this time, the ship was very close to the whirlpool. Everyone on the ship could hear the sound of the waves, shaking the heavens and the earth. Facing the power of the whirlpool, if they were to be sucked in, not a single person on the ship would survive. However, all the survivors were experienced helmsmen and sailors. The helmsman tried his best to steer the ship, carefully steering the ship to the side. Slowly, they went around the great whirlpool of Charybdis. Everyone on the ship looked at the huge, deep hole that looked like the eye of the sea, and broke out in cold sweat. Facing the power of the heavens and the earth, humans were so insignificant. If they were sucked in, the ship would definitely be destroyed. However, at this time, half a body appeared from the dark cave and pounced over. It's the sea demon, Stella. A huge sea monster rushed towards the ship that had just escaped from danger. Its voice was almost like a dog's barking. It was so huge that it was almost half the size of the ship. Its 6 snake heads were like 6 dancing giant ropes as it rushed towards the ship. It's now. Pei Zi-yun's eyes narrowed. The moment he saw the sea monster appear, he had already readied his weapon and was ready to strike. When it neared him, he threw the long spear in his hand towards the sea monster. Many people had been sacrificed in the previous encounters, and there weren't many people left on the ship. They couldn't afford to lose any more people, or else the ship wouldn't be able to move if they didn't have enough people. This was why Pei Zi-yun decided to strike first. When the sea monster appeared, he was already prepared. This was to prevent the ship from losing more people. The sea monster Stella was simply too huge. The spear struck it, but it did not injure its vitals. It roared in pain, but in the end it could not stop the spear. Bang! The sea monster's body slammed heavily into the hull of the ship. The entire ship tilted to the side, but fortunately it did not capsize. The sea monster's snake head instantly snatched away 3 sailors, who let out loud cries of pain. Pei Zi-yun watched as they writhed in pain between the fangs of the sea monster. However, he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. At such a distance, in such bad weather, and on the sea, Pei Zi-yun was helpless. Unless he could fly, he could only throw his long spear at the other 3 snakehead. Quick, quick, charge over! Everyone was fighting with all their might, hoping to escape the attack of the sea monster as soon as possible. The ship charged forward, narrowly dodging the attack. With a loud boom, the snakehead missed. We've charged over. With everyone's persevering efforts, they passed through the dangerous waters and escaped the attack of the sea monster. Strangely enough, once they had charged over, the waves on the sea gradually subsided. The dark clouds also dispersed. The ship faced the diminishing waves and slowly advanced forward, its speed getting slower and slower. Prince Paris, our ship has suffered a heavy attack and is slightly damaged. Seawater is continuously gushing into the ship's cabin. Aside from manning the helm, immediately go for a swim. Also, immediately check if there are any islands nearby. Pei Ziyun ordered as he looked around. After a long time, the ship tilted more and more. Not far away, an island could be faintly seen. Everyone on the ship heaved a sigh of relief. They were saved. This should be Okijia Island. Pei Ziyun looked at the sea map in his hands with a solemn expression. There is a goddess here. If my ship was in perfect condition, I would definitely not want to stay here. But now, the ship is leaking. Pei Ziyun hesitated. The ship was leaking, and it might sink. The island was right in front of them, and it shouldn't take too long to repair the damaged ship. However, he was afraid of offending the goddess of the sea. He knew that the goddess of the island was Calypso. As his understanding of her came from myths and legends, Pei Ziyun didn't know if this goddess would be easy to deal with. Calypso was the daughter of Atlas, the titan who carried the vault of heaven. It was said that her father, Atlas, had imprisoned her on this island. Not only did she have to endure the torment of being imprisoned, she was also cursed by fate. Every once in a while, the goddess of fate would send a hero who needed help to Okijia Island. However, none of the heroes who were sent would stay. Calypso would fall in love with the hero, unable to extricate herself. In history, Odysseus passed by this island and fell in love with this goddess for 7 years before leaving. Pei Ziyun didn't want to stay here for 7 years like Odysseus. In Pirates of the Caribbean, this goddess appeared once. The goddess in that movie wasn't cute at all. This island still posed a certain danger to Pei Ziyun. However, if he didn't repair the ship here, who knew how far the leaking ship would go? There was a risk that it would sink at any time. At this moment, a light flashed in front of the mast, and a woman appeared below. It was the mysterious phantom lady again. She stood in front of Pei Ziyun, but the sailors couldn't see her. They even passed through her. Respected lady. Pei Ziyun bowed slightly. It seemed that she had recovered a little, and wasn't as exhausted as before. You don't have to worry. Go ashore and worship her. She will treat you well and let you go. The mysterious lady didn't say much. Hearing her words, Pei Ziyun relaxed a little. He was about to ask the mysterious lady some questions, but in the blink of an eye, the phantom disappeared again. She really comes and goes without a trace. Every time she appears, there's no trace of her, and it's the same when she leaves. Who is she? With the mysterious lady's guarantee, Pei Ziyun believed that there wouldn't be much danger on this island. After all, the mysterious lady was so powerful that she could even deceive the gods. At least for now, no gods had discovered her. The ship slowly sailed towards Okijia Island. Due to the leaking water, it could be said that the ship was moving at a snail's pace. Although they could see Okijia Island in front of them, the ship took a long time to get close to the island. At this point, the ship was already in a precarious situation. They reluctantly circled the island and found a beach to anchor the ship. Pei Ziyun carefully looked at the isolated island in the sea. He noticed that the island was covered with jagged rocks and towering trees. The white sand on the beach reflected the dazzling sunlight. After towing the ship to the beach, Pei Ziyun ordered the sailors to build a simple altar with the rocks on the island. After the altar was built, he ordered the sailors to cut down trees to repair the damaged ship as soon as possible. The altar was quickly built. It was a small altar, and the center pedestal was only 1/2 meter tall. Because there wasn't a statue of Calypso, there was only a wooden block engraved with Calypso's name on the pedestal. Pei Zi-yun ordered the sailors to bring gold and bronze from the ship and place them on the altar as a sacrifice to the goddess. Respectable Calypso, I am Paris, the Prince of Troy. I have been stranded on this island. I pray to you and offer sacrifices to you. I beg you to allow me to stay on the island for a few days and repair the ship. After praying, the gold and bronze on the altar disappeared. Pei Zi-yun knew that the goddess had agreed to his request. In this case, he could stay on the island for a few days and finish repairing the ship. Pei Zi-yun stood up and saw a woman walking towards him from afar. Her appearance aside, almost all goddesses were beautiful. This is Calypso. When Pei Zi-yun saw him, he knew that this was Calypso. Oh, who treated her as a nymph? When Pei Zi-yun saw Calypso, he was immediately stunned. Nymphs were secondary goddesses, or even lower-level fairies. However, as a priestess of the highest level, he could clearly feel that she was a true goddess. Her strength far exceeds that of Kale. She has completely entered the realm of God. Calypso is not much weaker than Hecate. In fact, she is even stronger than Dionysus. Pei Zi-yun thought to himself. Previously, when he had swept across the world in a single day, he had gotten to know many gods through the eyes of Typhon. This powerful goddess had been thought by many to be a weak nymph. Even he had thought so back then. However, she was so powerful that he thought to himself, only a powerful main god can promise eternal life. She is so powerful. No wonder in the legends she promised eternal life to Odysseus. Prince from afar, I am very satisfied with your sacrifice. Few people are as polite as you are. I have prepared a feast for you. Please follow me. Calypso seemed to be in a good mood. Respected Calypso, thank you for welcoming me, Pei Zi-yun replied respectfully. If I am fortunate enough to receive your hospitality, I will be eternally grateful. You know who I am? Calypso asked curiously. Your deeds are widely known. Everyone admires you. It is not surprising that they know who you are, Pei Zi-yun said. Haha, you really know how to talk. Calypso knew that this was a compliment, but she was still very satisfied. Calypso was indeed very powerful, far more powerful than Circe, and even more powerful than Thetis. However, the reason for this was still unclear. Chapter 592. Calypso invited Pei Zi-yun to her palace, but Pei Zi-yun hesitated and did not take a step forward. After all, he had some misgivings about this goddess. Although the mysterious lady said that she would treat him well, he was afraid that he would end up like Austin. She might use some unknown method to force him to stay here, and he could not afford to wait. When Calypso saw Pei Zi-yun standing there hesitating, she knew that he was worried. She shook her head and smiled. Prince Paris, don't be afraid. The heavens, the earth, and the underworld can all be my witnesses. I will definitely not harm you. When Pei Zi-yun heard her words, he knew that he might be overthinking things. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. This was his usual practice. Calypso turned around and left. Pei Zi-yun thought for a moment. Now that he was stranded on Okygia Island, this was Calypso's territory. If he wanted to leave, he would need her help. And without her permission, it would be difficult to repair the damaged ship. Thinking of this, Pei Zi-yun followed behind her and slowly walked towards the palace. Calypso's palace was not far. After walking for about 10 minutes, Pei Zi-yun saw a forest. This forest was very beautiful, filled with poplar and pine trees. From afar, the palace was situated in the shade of the poplar and pine trees. Occasionally, the poplar and pine trees would chirp, and many birds would perch on these trees. Their voices were clear and melodious, and people who heard them would not feel annoyed at all. Instead, they would feel relaxed and happy. Other than the beautiful birds perching on the trees, there were also crows. Of course, on the taller trees there were eagles circling. Pei Zi-yun walked into the forest and approached the palace. He discovered that in front of the palace was a vast meadow. The meadow was filled with purple corydalus, parsley, and poisonous weeds. Several winding mountain streams flowed down from the mountains, flowing through the meadow and towards the sea. Vines were planted in front of the entrance. The vines were entwined between the jagged rocks, and clusters of sparkling grapes hung from the emerald-green leaves. Pei Ziyun walked up 3 steps, entered the arched door, and entered the palace. When he entered the small hall, Pei Ziyun found that Calypso had prepared a banquet. There was roasted meat and wine on the table. He and Calypso sat down. Before Calypso could raise her cup, Pei Ziyun raised it first and said, "Beautiful goddess Calypso, thank you for your warm hospitality. I encountered a storm and a sea monster's attack, causing my ship to leak. I came to Okigia Island. I hope to obtain your permission to cut down trees on the island to repair the damaged ship." Pei Ziyun finished speaking and drank the wine in one gulp. He placed his right hand on his left chest and bowed slightly to show his respect. "Prince, you came to my island. This is the arrangement of fate. I agree that you are allowed to cut down trees on my island. Calypso, I thank you very much for your generosity. Prince, I have a favor to ask of you. I wonder if you can promise me?" Calypso drank a cup of wine. "He's here." Pei Ziyun knew that it was nothing good. He put down his wine cup and said, "Respectable and beautiful Calypso, as long as it is within my power, I will help you." Calypso smiled faintly and said, "Prince, I was once imprisoned by my father and cannot leave this island. Can you help me break this imprisonment?" When Pei Ziyun heard Calypso's request, he instinctively wanted to say that this request wasn't something he could handle with his current abilities. But at this moment the system shuddered. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and rapidly enlarged, turning into a translucent information interface with a faint sense of light. There was a mission displayed on the information tab. Calypso's imprisonment 0/3. Pei Ziyun felt a little strange. The system didn't seem to require him to break out of Calypso's imprisonment. He felt that there were at least 3 possible scenarios for this mission. In other words, he had a lot of choices. It would not be like before, where he had to complete a specific mission. There were not many choices left. Pei Ziyun shook his head and changed his mind. He had originally intended to refuse, but since the system had given him a notification, he felt that he should do something about it. This didn't change his original intention of not helping Calypso break out of her imprisonment, because he didn't have the ability to do so. But with the system's notification, he could make some adjustments. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun nodded and smiled. Respectable Calypso, when the King of Gods obtained the right to rule the world, he would naturally weaken and control the old gods. But this isn't a generalization. Even the King of Gods is actually a descendant of the Titans. Let's not talk about others. You should know that there's someone in a similar situation to you. I just met her on the island. Is she even further away than you? Could it be Thetis? Calypso said after pondering for a moment. That's right, it's her. Thetis, the daughter of the sea god Nereus and the ocean goddess Doris. Her family background is actually similar to yours. The reason why she can move around freely is because of her contributions. She gathered the Centimanes and joined the King of Gods' camp. If not for fate choosing her as a hotbed, she would have gained even more trust. Calypso listened and said thoughtfully, "You're right. Many of the old gods who stood in the King of Gods' camp were recognized. But it's too late for me. Is there anything else? More importantly, she isn't as powerful as you are. You should know that being powerful and uncontrollable will instill fear in others. You're so powerful, but you haven't done anything for Mount Olympus, so you're naturally restricted. I don't know if your father had other intentions when he imprisoned you, but part of his intention was to protect you," Pei Ziyun said. After listening to Pei Ziyun's words, Calypso showed a trace of hesitation and said, "Prince Paris, you're right. All these years, if my father hadn't imprisoned me on this island, perhaps I would have been suppressed by the gods of Mount Olympus." "Yes, goddess. Your existence is an uncertain factor. You haven't proven your worth to Mount Olympus, so Thetis was able to obtain her freedom, while you were imprisoned here." Hearing Paesion's words, Calypso replied, "Prince, you're right. But what should I do now?" Paesion thought for a moment. "Beautiful goddess, you should get closer to Mount Olympus. As long as you can show your goodwill, with your power and status as a goddess, you should be able to obtain freedom, or at least a portion of it." "Then how can I make the gods of Mount Olympus think that I'm getting closer to them?" Calypso asked. "Goddess, this will require your wisdom. Do whatever is in line with the gods' wishes, and that is the best way to get closer to them, rather than going against them behind their back." Calypso thought about how many times she had gone against the gods over the years, so she naturally had a plan in mind. After saying this, Paesion stopped talking and quietly waited for Calypso's reply. "Prince, I understand what you're saying. Thank you very much for explaining to me what I should do so that I will no longer be confused. You will gain my friendship." Hearing this, Paesion secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to be careless. In the Pirates of the Caribbean, Davy Jones fell in love with Calypso and volunteered to be the captain of the Flying Dutchman. He helped Calypso extradite the dead to the underworld at the cost of only being able to dock once every 10 years. In return, Calypso would meet him. 10 years later, Davy Jones went to the appointment as scheduled, but found that Calypso did not show up. Feeling that the goddess had betrayed him, Davy Jones dug out his heart in despair and told the 9 pirate lords the method of sealing Calypso in revenge, giving birth to a series of stories. As for why the goddess did not go to the appointment, Davy Jones asked Calypso why she did not show up, and Calypso said, "This is my nature." She also said, "If I were not the original me, would you still love me?" What she meant was that the goddess of the sea was unpredictable, and even she could not control her fickleness. Therefore, Odysseus, who was protected by Athena in history, had been warned many times by Hermes, "You can only trust her if you make her swear." Because the goddess had made an oath, if she did not carry it out, she would be devoured by the 10th tributary of the Styx River. She would lie in bed for an entire year without breathing or speaking. After a long year of sickness, there was still 9 years to cut off contact with the eternal gods and not participate in meetings or banquets. Only in the 10th year could he rejoin the gathering of the gods. However, Odysseus could only do so with Athena's protection, and he did not have the power to force her to swear. He had to rush back to Troy as soon as possible and could not delay here to avoid trouble. At that moment, Paesion said straightforwardly, "Dear goddess, I raise a toast to you, hoping that you will let me leave." Calypso nodded, smiled, and said, "Prince, you are right. I will not stop you from leaving, but I have no sailors or ships, so I can only give you a smooth journey." Paesion did not understand what she meant by smooth journey, thinking that it was just a polite courtesy, but Calypso's next action slightly surprised him. He saw Calypso slowly get up from her seat and slowly walk towards Paesion. When she reached Paesion, Calypso looked at Paesion and was about to kiss him on the cheek. This action was completely out of Paesion's expectations. He did not think that Calypso's smooth journey was to come and kiss him. Then Paesion came to a realization: perhaps this kiss is a blessing, allowing me to have a smooth journey on the sea. After all, she is a goddess of the sea. But then he immediately thought of Odysseus and Calypso's feelings for each other and stayed here for 7 years. To him, this was something that he could not tolerate. If I kiss her, will she immediately change her mind? Paesion looked at the system and saw no reaction, knowing that this would not be related to the quest. So he quickly got up and said, "Dear goddess, you are in a difficult situation. Please do not use your good intentions on me. A smooth journey is not a big one, but it may deepen the misunderstanding of Mount Olympus." Calypso was slightly taken aback, obviously not expecting Paesion to reject her good intentions. Hearing this, she reacted and fell into deep thought. Paisiun dodged Calypso's kiss, and without waiting for Calypso to think, he hurriedly said, "Beautiful goddess, thank you for your warm hospitality. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." After saying this, he bowed to Calypso and turned to leave Calypso's palace. Chapter 593. A battleship sailed across the sea, heading towards Troy. Pei Zi-yun stood on the deck of the battleship, quietly looking into the distance. It had been a few months since they left Okijia Island. During these few months, they had been sailing on the sea. Other than going ashore to get fresh water and food, they had spent most of their time on the sea. It was winter now, and snowflakes were falling from the sky. In a short while, a thin layer of snow had accumulated on the deck. Pei Zi-yun stepped on the snow and slowly walked one round around the ship. He stretched his body and looked up at the snowflakes falling on his face. He felt his fatigue gradually disappear. Indeed, this is a boring journey on the sea. There is nothing new. None of the gods are looking at me. Pei Zi-yun understood the gods very well. The eyes of the gods were focused on something new. The more important or exciting it was, the more they would watch it. However, if it was the same, they would feel drowsy. This was the same logic as when he watched live broadcasts. However, this was a suitable state to watch. He listened and thought to himself, "System?" A plum blossom appeared in front of him. It quickly enlarged and became a translucent information interface. There was a status display on it. Calypso's imprisonment, 1/3. Hero bloodline level 5, 131. 5%. From the looks of it, I have completed a third of it. I can get 1 fate point? That's enough. I have to complete 3, but I am powerless. After digesting all the monsters, my strength should be able to level up to the 6th level. I feel like I need more and more strength to level up. After a long time, Pei Zi-yun took a deep breath. He heard a sailor say, "Prince Paris, Troy is in front." His voice was trembling. It was obvious that he had been away for a long time. Now that he was home, he was very excited. Pei Zi-yun looked over and saw the mainland in the distance. He nodded his head. He was starting to miss Troy. As the ship got closer and closer, Pei Zi-yun stood on the deck and shouted, "Quick, we're almost home. Let's speed up and increase our speed." Everyone was eager to go home. With the help of the sail, they rowed with all their might. The ship was like an arrow released from a bow, speeding towards Troy. "The few of you have followed me for so long and suffered so much. When you get home, I will reward you handsomely." Pei Zi-yun looked at the rest of them as he spoke. Before they were attacked by the tornado, there were 50 sailors on the ship, and after the tornado, there were only a dozen or so. Now that they had returned home with him, there were only 7 of them. These people had indeed suffered a lot, and now that the bitterness was over, he would not treat them unfairly. "Thank you, Prince." The 7 of them were overjoyed. After a while, the outline of land could be seen from afar. Pei Zi-yun ordered the boat to head towards Troy's secret pier. Troy's secret pier was located in a secluded harbor. Pei Zi-yun's battleship slowly approached it. Due to the lack of prior notice, the alarm on the pier went off. Several battleships came out and approached Pei Zi-yun's battleship. "Who is it?" someone on the battleship from Troy asked. Pei Zi-yun walked out of the room and said, "It's me." The centurion on the battleship looked at him. At first, he could not recognize him, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it was Prince Paris, who had been missing for a long time. He was pleasantly surprised. "Prince Paris, you have finally returned. King Priam has missed you very much." Pei Zi-yun smiled. Of course he knew how much Priam had missed him. Without him in the Battle of Troy, it was as though he had lost an arm. The battleship slowly docked at the pier. The moment they disembarked, the wind picked up the snow. Pei Zi-yun looked up at the dusky sky and asked, "How far is it to Troy?" "It's half a day's journey, and the snow is so heavy. Prince Paris, you should rest for a while before heading back." The The centurion replied. The reason was simple. The easy-to-find ports had long been occupied by the Greeks, and the difficult-to-find secret ports were naturally far away. Although it was early in the morning, the snow was indeed heavy. Pei Zi-yun looked at himself, and realized that he had turned into a barbarian. The few sailors were extremely tired. He smiled. Then let's rest for a while and head back tomorrow. The residence at the secret port was actually very simple. There was a pigsty made out of stone with a few pigs inside. There were also 2 fierce dogs guarding it. When the dogs saw Pei Zi-yun, they barked and pounced on him. The centurion on the port shouted out. Pei Zi-yun looked at them and said, "Kill 2 pigs, and let us have a good meal. I will pay for the expenses. Also, prepare hot water and new clothes." The centurion was overjoyed and replied loudly. Although there were pigs, they could not slaughter them. This was a great advantage. Very soon, the cries of the pigs could be heard from outside, and a report came in, "Prince Paris, the water is ready." Pei Zi-yun nodded his head. After sailing for so long, he had never had a hot bath. At this point, how could he bear it any longer, and hurriedly went to take a bath. Although the conditions were simple, and there was only a wooden tub, he still took a comfortable bath, washing away all the fatigue he had accumulated over the past few months. He then used his short sword to shave off his beard and changed into a new set of clothes. When he came out, he was once again a handsome and beautiful prince. When he reached the main hall, the fire was burning fiercely. Pei Zi-yun had a wooden block, while the others had placed dried grass and twigs on the ground. They only had a piece of rough sheepskin on top of it. However, this was the norm in this world, and everyone did not seem to mind as they stared at the fire. Someone had already slaughtered the 2 pigs, and cut the meat into slices. They then skewered the meat on a metal fork and placed it on the fire. The centurion poured some sweet wine into a bowl and placed it in front of the prince. "Prince, please enjoy to your heart's content." Pei Zi-yun walked out of the door and raised his cup and poured the wine on the ground. He then returned to his room and wolfed down the wine. After finishing half of it, the centurion poured himself another cup of wine. He then said, "Tell me more about the situation in Troy." "Yes, Prince," the centurion replied, "after you left, the war has been going on for almost a year. Of the surrounding 10 cities, half of them have been destroyed, and the other half have joined us. Mysia, Lyrnessus, Thebes, Amazon, we Trojans are getting stronger and stronger." As he spoke, dark clouds covered the sky. The wind was howling, and the snow was getting heavier and heavier. The centurion hurriedly added a match to the fire. Pei Zi-yun sat down next to the fire and listened carefully to the centurion's reports. He realized that everything was normal. Over the past year, there were very few heroes who had perished, but many soldiers had perished. Prince Paris, Queen Penthesilea of the Amazon has come to Troy. Other than her, the king and prince of Lyrnessus and Thebes have also arrived. Humph, now our people are not far from the despicable Greeks. The time to counterattack is coming, and we will definitely defeat the Greeks. Pei Zi-yun sighed. He did not care much about the king and prince, but Penthesilea of the Amazon. How long has Queen Penthesilea been here? Pei Zi-yun asked. Prince Paris, she has been here for half a year. She is indeed the daughter of Ares. She has killed many times on the battlefield, and has severely damaged the morale of the Greeks. Is Princess Hippolytus of the Amazon here too? Pei Zi-yun asked. The centurion paused. He did not know why Prince Paris would care about this, but he continued, "I heard that she has stayed in the country." "Oh, not dead?" Pei Zi-yun thought to himself. In history, Penthesilea came to Troy to fight because she had killed her sister Hippolytus. She came to atone for her sins. Could it be that it was because of me that the outcome was changed? Pei Zi-yun thought and felt a sense of relief. He continued to ask, "Is there anything else important?" Prince Paris, not long ago, I heard that a prince named Achilles rushed over with 50 warships. He first broke through Mysia and plundered a large amount of wealth. He also kidnapped the beautiful daughter of the priest of Apollo, Chryses, to prove his bravery to the Greeks. This is a huge setback. Queen Penthesilea said that she would kill him personally. What? Paesion's heart skipped a beat. He didn't think that after saving Mysia the last time, Achilles would be able to break through the defenses of Penthesilea. Queen Penthesilea going to kill Achilles was like throwing a meat bun at a dog. There was no return. He quickly asked, "When did this happen?" "Not long ago. I was transferred to the docks for the second day," the centurion said. Paesion stood up. Almost at the same time, the firewood in the fire exploded. The centurion's mouth was full of oil. He looked at Paesion in surprise. "Prince, what happened to you?" "Quick, prepare the carriage. We will go to Troy immediately." Seeing the centurion standing there in a daze, Paesion said coldly, "Centurion, follow my orders." The centurion came to his senses. He looked at the snow outside and swallowed his words. He jumped out and shouted, "Quick, prepare the carriage." Paesion quickly put on a white tunic and a bronze belt. He hung a long sword at his waist and rushed out. At the entrance, the carriage was ready. Paesion sat on it and ordered, "Quick, go to the battlefield outside the city." The centurion did not dare to delay. He nodded and whipped the horse. "Paw, paw." Two crisp sounds of the whip being whipped could be heard. The carriage sped towards Troy. The carriage moved quickly, but it was almost noon when they arrived outside the city. The city gates were tightly shut. From afar they could see people fighting on the battlefield. Paesion was anxious. Every minute he delayed, Queen Penthesilea would be in more danger. He hurriedly ordered, "Rush to the battlefield." The centurion was a soldier. He did not hesitate. The carriage sped towards the battlefield at full speed, not slowing down at all. The Greeks on the battlefield were taken aback. They did not expect a carriage to rush towards them from the side and attack them. The Greeks, after the initial panic, stopped the chariot and said, "I am Morion, who are you?" Paesion was anxious. Why would he waste time talking to him? He held the long spear in his hand and without saying a word, he fiercely stabbed towards Morion. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that Morion could not react at all. It pierced through his chest. Paesion pulled out the long spear. Fresh blood spurted out from Morion's wound like a fountain. He fell heavily to the ground, blood foaming from his mouth. It seemed like he would not survive for long. The surrounding Greek soldiers were shocked. They did not expect someone to kill Morion in one hit. Paesion held the long spear and ordered the carriage, continue to rush in. The carriage rolled over. Anyone who resisted was killed immediately. After killing more than 10 people, the front line was broken, and the battle in the middle was revealed. A young man shouted, "Woman, how dare you fight against the strongest hero in the world? Can't you see that Hector is trembling in front of me? Your end is here." As he finished, he threw the long spear in his hand towards Queen Penthesilea. Swoosh! The long spear was like a shooting star, piercing through the sky and flying towards Queen Penthesilea. Facing this spear that was as fast as a shooting star, Penthesilea had no way to avoid it. She could only raise her shield to block it. With a "pu" sound, the long spear pierced through the shield and pierced into her body. Chapter 594. Woman, I, Achilles, have just arrived on the battlefield, and you have already been pierced through the stomach by me. You are about to die. Oh, you have given me great honor on the battlefield, Achilles said loudly. He hit Penthesilea with his spear and seriously injured her, but he did not stop and continued to advance. Mount Olympus. Since Penthesilea came to Troy, Ares had been paying attention to the situation in Troy. This time, the situation on the battlefield outside the city was also the focus of his attention. Ares knew how powerful Achilles was, and he knew that Penthesilea was definitely no match for Achilles. However, Penthesilea was already seriously injured, and Achilles did not intend to let her go. He wanted to kill her. This made him very angry, and also very sorrowful. He quickly stood up from his seat, turned into a bloody light, and charged towards Troy. But at this moment a boom sound rang out. Even though it was winter, a bolt of lightning fell straight in front of Ares, forcing him to stop in his tracks. This was the warning given to him by Zeus, and it was also the will of Zeus, the father of all gods. Ares did not dare to disobey, and helplessly stood in the middle of the road, not moving forward. But his face was livid, and his eyes were almost emitting fire. Penthesilea, Achilles. Ares looked at the battlefield in the city of Troy and saw Penthesilea lying on the ground. He secretly swore that if anything happened to Penthesilea, he would make Achilles pay the price. Fate has long been decided. Why is Ares still so impulsive? On Mount Olympus, Zeus murmured. Hera did not speak. Although the gods had long prepared the script, when faced with the real death of their son or daughter, they still felt great sorrow. Achilles was the first to kill Ares' daughter. He had immediately made a great enemy for himself. It could be said that he had already decided his fate of death. If mortals couldn't kill Achilles, then even if Apollo didn't do it, Ares would do it. But this was the fate of mortals. She changed the topic. My dear, Paris has returned and will soon fight with Achilles. I don't think Paris is a match for Achilles. Oh, then allow Apollo to look around. Paris can't die yet, said Zeus. Hera nodded at Zeus' words. Apollo has already gone. He still cares a lot about Prince Paris. Looking down, as expected, a ball of golden light appeared on the battlefield. Apollo had quickly rushed to Paris's side, but mortals couldn't see it. At this moment, on the battlefield outside of Troy, Pentesilea's entire body was powerless. His face was pale, and his vision darkened. He could no longer hold on to the giant axe in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a clang. She was completely powerless against Achilles, who was about to unleash a thunderous attack on her. She could only watch helplessly as misfortune befell her. Just as Achilles was about to deal the final blow to Penthesilea, a spear unexpectedly flew towards him from afar. The spear was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already been thrown to Achilles' side. Pooh! The attack of the spear was sudden, and it was a sneak attack from the side. But Achilles reacted quickly, and quickly raised the shield in his hand. There was only a sound, and the spear only pierced a few inches into the shield before it could go any further. Just now, when Pei-Yun had just killed Morion, he saw Achilles throw the spear to injure Queen Penthesilea. How could he give him a second chance? He hurriedly threw the spear at Achilles. The effect of the spear was not bad. It effectively blocked Achilles' advance, and did not let him continue to chase after Penthesilea. It also successfully attracted Achilles' attention. Achilles felt the strength of the spear and was slightly surprised. This kind of strength seemed to only be possessed by Hector in Troy. Could it be that Hector is here too? He thought to himself. Who is it? Hector, could it be you? Achilles said loudly. In the whole of Troy, only Hector could attract Achilles' attention. Everyone else was not in Achilles' eyes. So when he felt the powerful strength of the spear, the first person that came to Achilles' mind was Hector. He turned his head in the direction of the spear, and found that it was a young man that he did not know. The young man was dressed in white, with a sword hanging from his waist. He looked very imposing. Achilles did not know who the person in front of him was, and asked, "Who are you?" He heard the young man say, "I am Paris, the Prince of Troy. Come, Achilles, with me here, you cannot kill Penthesilea." As he said this, he turned to a few female Amazon warriors. "Quick, hurry up and take Queen Penthesilea away. Remember to protect her." A few female Amazon warriors hurried over to lift the injured Queen Penthesilea, and rode on the chariot towards Troy in the distance. Achilles did not take the opportunity to attack. To him, a woman was far less important than Paris. He stared at Pei Ziyun and said loudly, "So you are the culprit, Paris. All of this happened because of you. Go to hell." As he said this, Achilles picked up a spear, aimed at Pei Ziyun, and threw it. Swoosh! The spear turned into a stream of light, piercing towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun raised his shield to block it. Bang! The spear pierced through the shield, and the tip of the spear even penetrated through 6 layers of cowhide, and pierced through the armor. Pei Ziyun dodged in time to avoid the spear from piercing through his body. What a terrifying strength! Is this the strength of the strongest hero? Pei Ziyun thought to himself, and at the same time, sighed at the strength of Achilles. At this point, Pei Ziyun could feel Apollo approaching him. It seemed that Apollo was planning to save him if he couldn't defend himself. Apollo had always been friendly to Troy, especially Paris, who often offered sacrifices. Apollo had a good impression of him, which was why Apollo had stopped Hercules the last time. This time, Apollo saw Pei Ziyun fighting Achilles from Mount Olympus. He knew that he was no match for Achilles, so he got up and rushed over, intending to protect Pei Ziyun at the critical moment. Paris could not die yet. This was the consensus of the gods. Apollo came to the battlefield to help Pei Ziyun, and was not intercepted by Zeus like Ares. However, I do not need Apollo's help now to resist Achilles' attack. Although Achilles is strong and invulnerable, I am not going to kill him, but to hold him back and fight him. This is not difficult for me. Apollo's blessing, every time I use it, there's no need to use it again. I shall show you, Achilles, my skills." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly to himself. Pei Ziyun held the spear in his hand. He had a master-level martial arts technique, and could use it to counteract Achilles' advantage in strength. When Achilles saw that his spear had been blocked by Pei Ziyun, he was slightly taken aback. He had not expected Prince Paris to be so strong. Judging from his strength, he could tell that he was on par with Hector. This kind of power was worthy of his attention, so he once again took the spear from the soldier's hand and pounced towards Paris. "Prince Paris, your performance has surprised me. Last time, my spear missed and did not hit you. This time, I will kill you and feed the god of war with your blood." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about 2 meters away from Pei Ziyun. The long spear in Achilles' hand shot towards Pei Ziyun. "Idiot, you almost killed the god of war's daughter, and you still dare to say such words?" Pei Ziyun's eyes flashed coldly, and he used his spear to block Achilles' attack. There was a "pew" sound, and a soft force blocked Achilles' spear. His body flashed, and he dodged Achilles' attack. Achilles saw that his attack did not work, and continued to thrust his spear at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun did his best to evade Achilles' attack. He used the long spear in his hand to block Achilles' attacks, using the principle of using softness to overcome hardness. Although he kept retreating and groaning, he did not reveal any flaws in his defense. From time to time, he would find an opportunity to counterattack, forcing Achilles to retreat and defend himself. "Achilles, everyone says that you are very strong, and that you are close to becoming a god. Is this all you have?" Pei Ziyun said sarcastically. He had an ulterior motive for saying this. He felt that there were many gods looking at him, and wanted to give Achilles a taste of his own medicine and plant a thorn in the hearts of the gods. Achilles is just a mortal, and yet he is so strong, and is close to becoming a god. What will the gods think of him? Pei Ziyun laughed coldly in his heart. When the time comes, Achilles will cry. Achilles was enraged. He did not expect Paris to speak so sarcastically. He retorted, "Paris, don't be too happy yet. You will soon receive the judgment of fate." "If you are just saying it, it won't work on me," Pei Ziyun said. How could Achilles tolerate Pei Ziyun's provocation? Furthermore, after attacking for so long, he could not even take down Paris. This made him feel like he had lost all his face. "Hey!" Achilles shouted, and the spear in his hand shot out like lightning. This time, it was fast and vicious. Pei Ziyun blocked it with his spear once again. Dang! However, this time, Achilles' spear was imbued with immense power, and contained an unstoppable will within it. Pei Ziyun's spear could no longer withstand the force, and broke into two. His heart felt heavy. Damn it, using softness to overcome hardness is indeed the philosophy of the weak. It is useless against the truly strong. Pei Ziyun used to admire the principles of Tai Chi, but ever since he saw Tai Chi experts being beaten like dogs, he began to doubt it. With his current cultivation level, he could use this principle to its fullest, but he realized that its use was limited. If using softness can overcome hardness, then what's the use of strength? Pei Ziyun felt depressed, and used all his strength to dodge Achilles' spear. Seeing that Pentrachelia had already left, he did not want to fight Achilles head-on. "Achilles, your strength is indeed as great as that of a god. I will avoid you just like how a god would." Pei Ziyun once again stabbed a thorn in the hearts of the gods. He jumped out of the battle and escaped towards Troy. Chapter 595. Seeing that Paris had interfered and rescued Penthesilea, Achilles was enraged that Paris had escaped right under his nose. If only one person had escaped, it would have been fine. But not only did Paris escape, he even saved Penthesilea. Achilles shouted angrily, "Paris, don't you run!" As he finished, he raised his spear and chased after Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun did not care about Achilles' shout. After confirming that Penthesilea had been saved and returned to the chariot, he immediately broke away from Achilles. After running for a while, he jumped onto Penthesilea's chariot and ordered, "Let's go, hurry back to the city." The chariot returned to the city, but Achilles was in hot pursuit. Based on the speed of the chariot, he would catch up before the chariot could pick up speed. Pei Ziyun picked up his bow and shot 2 arrows at Achilles, aiming for his eyes. "I don't believe that your eyes are impervious to swords and spears." Dang. The first arrow was easily deflected by Achilles' spear, but the second arrow that followed could not be blocked. He tried his best to deflect it, and the arrow hit Achilles' shoulder. Dang. The arrow landed on Achilles' body, causing sparks to fly. The sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard, but the arrow could not pierce through. However, Pei Ziyun had no intention of using the arrow to harm Achilles, and was only trying to block the arrow. Achilles was pushed back a few steps by the strong force of the arrow, and his speed immediately slowed down. To kill Achilles, it must be a weapon of God. In history, it was the bow of Hercules that killed Achilles. It was a pity that it was lost in the tornado. The arrows blocked the path of Achilles, causing him to be unable to catch up to the chariot which was running faster and faster. He could only watch as Pei Ziyun escaped into the distance. On the chariot, Pei Ziyun looked at the previously high-spirited Penthesilea, who was now on the verge of death. He felt terrible and comforted. "You have to hold on. Once we enter the city, you can receive treatment." "Paris, I can't do it anymore. Last night, I dreamt of my father. He told me to find Achilles, but my father told me to be careful of Achilles." Penthesilea's pale face showed a bitter smile, and she said weakly, "Paris, I can't do it. I understand now. There's a god in Greece who wants me to be destroyed. That's why he made me dream and fight Achilles. I can't escape." Pei Ziyun was dejected. He agreed with what Penthesilea had said. This was a dream omen given by Athena in disguise as Ares, and in the end, it turned out to be like this. Pei Ziyun could only continue to console her, "Don't let your imagination run wild. We'll be back in the city soon, and we'll find the best doctor to treat you." Penthesilea shook his head and said, "Paris, it's useless. This is fate. Otherwise, father would not have left me in the lurch and watched as I was killed by Achilles." When Pei Ziyun heard this, although he did not want to admit it, it was true. The last time Kakinos died, it was the same. But in order to give Penthesilea a little more hope, he said, "You don't have to worry about this. I'll definitely find the best doctor to treat you." For the first time, Pei Ziyun felt a little resentment towards the high and mighty gods. In fact, he understood the thoughts of the gods. In the human world, the rulers would always harvest the strong. Not to mention the feudal society and modern society, just the Western democratic society alone, those with higher incomes would be taxed more, especially when it came to inheritances, which were taxed at 55%. There was also the killer weapon, the anti-monopoly law. Pei Ziyun had never been pretentious, because it was impossible to find a country that would not lay their hands on the strong, unless they were the rulers. However, at this moment, he felt that they were too heartless. Even the death of Kronos did not make him feel this way. Maybe I still have some feelings for this strong Amazon Queen Penthesilea, Pei Ziyun thought to himself. The chariot sped towards the city of Troy. It looked like it was about to leave the battlefield, but accidents always happened at the most unexpected time. A Greek hero who was wandering around the edge of the battlefield saw Pei Ziyun's chariot moving towards him. He was overjoyed, feeling that it was time for him to make a contribution. He ran over and blocked the chariot's path, shouting loudly at Achilles, "Achilles, come quickly!" In the distance, Achilles, who had originally given up on chasing Pei Ziyun, saw that his own hero had stopped Paris. He was overjoyed, holding his spear. He chased after Pei Ziyun's chariot. Pei Ziyun was furious. They were about to leave the battlefield, and Queen Penthesilea's injuries were severe. She needed treatment urgently and could not be delayed. Who would have thought that a Greek hero would appear out of nowhere? There was no time to waste. Every minute that passed meant that Penthesilea's hopes of being saved would decrease. He shouted angrily, "Go to hell!" With that, he drove the chariot towards the Greek hero. The man was shocked. He only wanted to intercept Paris and let Achilles deal with him. As for fighting Paris head-on, he had never thought of fighting Paris head-on. After a few exchanges, he knew that he might not be a match for the prince. But at this point it was hard to get off. Pei Ziyun drove the chariot towards him. He felt bitter in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that the chariot was getting closer, he raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Pei Ziyun. This was a preemptive strike. As long as he could hold on for a while, Achilles would arrive, and he would be out of danger. He believed that although he was not a match for Paris, he still had the ability to stop him for a while. But he did not know that Pei Ziyun was in a state of panic and anger, and did not know how to fight. His spear pierced through the air, aiming for his opponent's throat. Seeing the spear coming towards him, his opponent raised his spear to block it. Special skill, nimble wind, secret skill. Tremor technique. As the two spears clashed, the opponent suddenly felt the spear in his hand vibrate, and involuntarily took a step to the side. He was shocked and hurriedly tried to pull his spear back. But just as he exerted his strength, the tremor that came from the spear suddenly changed his strength, and carried his own strength back. The man's arms went numb, and he knew that he was in trouble. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, raising his spear to block. With a dang sound, the spear struck down, and the armor on his left shoulder immediately cracked. Then, the spear retracted and struck again. The man was shocked, but it was already too late. With a "pu" sound, the spear pierced into the man's chest. With a violent twist, it was pulled out again. In an instant, blood spurted out of the wound like a fountain. The man could only hold on for a breath's time before his body fell heavily to the ground. Purring! A cloud of dust was kicked up. At this point, the only thought in his mind was, how could Paris be so powerful? If I had known, I would not have stopped him. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. The moment he tried to stop Pei Ziyun, death was already beckoning him. Menepes! Menepes! The Greeks cried out. They were grieving for the loss of a hero. They had never expected that Menepes would be killed by Paris so quickly. Menepes was considered a relatively powerful hero in the Greek army. But today, he met the enraged and cunning Pei-Zi-Yun. He had long since incorporated the art of war into his battle technique. Otherwise, he would not have been killed so easily. From afar, Achilles was rapidly approaching. When he saw that Menepes had been killed by Paris, he was enraged. He roared and chased after Paris's chariot. Pei-Zi-Yun saw that Achilles was about to catch up. If he continued to be entangled with him, he would not be able to leave. Pentasilea's severe injuries would not allow him to delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, he used the spear in his hand to stab the horse in front of him. This was a hidden method of stimulating the horse's strength. The warhorse felt the pain and immediately shot forward like an arrow. Its speed was much faster than before. Achilles had already caught up. When he saw Pei-Zi-Yun provoking the horse, he tried to escape. He tried to pull the chariot with all his might, but he was just a little short. On the chariot, Pei-Zi-Yun watched as the chariot gradually sped up, pulling away from Achilles. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. If Achilles had caught up with him, he would definitely have to fight him for a while. In that case, Pentasilea's injuries would not be able to hold on any longer. Now that he was out of danger, he looked back and his face darkened. He realized that Queen Penthesilea was not going to make it. At this moment, she was exhaling more than she was inhaling. She was in a state of dying. Seeing that she had something to say, Pei-Zi-Yun hurriedly moved closer to Penthesilea's lips. He then heard her whisper, "Paris, have you ever liked me?" "Yes," Pei-Zi-Yun said resolutely. Whether it was true or not, he had to say it directly, because he did not want her to have any regrets. Indeed, when Penthesilea heard Pei-Zi-Yun's straightforward answer, a smile appeared on her face. It was as if she had regained her last radiance, and her cheeks turned bright red. "I'm so happy. When you came to the Amazon, I fell in love with you at first sight. It's a pity that I did not manage to keep you. Hippolyte also likes you. I'm going to die, to bring my armor to her." The last radiance of a setting sun was very short. With just a few words, Penthesilea's face turned ashen. Her breath was weak, and she was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Pei-Zi-Yun had no choice but to say in a low voice, "You have to hold on, we're almost at the city." At this moment, the city gate was in sight. The chariot sped through the gate and the city gate closed. Pei-Zi-Yun panted. He saw Achilles, who had been chasing after him, through the gap of the city gate that was about to close. He thought to himself, Achilles is indeed strong. At this moment, if Kakinos was still around, he might be able to fight Achilles. However, he was no longer around, and there was no one in Troy who was a match for Achilles. After the chariot sped through the city gate, Pei-Zi-Yun shouted, "Doctor, doctor!" But when he turned around, he saw that Penthesilea had stopped breathing forever. Snowflakes started to fall from the sky, landing on the chariot and on the Amazon Queen's body. In a short while, a thin layer of snow covered her body. The chariot gradually came to a stop. Pei-Zi-Yun looked at it quietly without wiping it. His thoughts had already drifted back to the days when he first went to the Amazon. At that time, she was very strong and proud. Her past was like smoke, drifting away with the wind. All that was left was a cold corpse. This was the fate of the son of the Greek god. Chapter 596. City of Troy, Prince Paris has returned. He killed Morion and Menebos. But the Amazon queen, Penthesilea, died in battle. She was killed by Achilles. The return of Prince Paris was good news, but when they heard about the death of the Amazon queen, many people were grieving. Especially the kings and princes of Lune, Thebes, and a few other kingdoms who came to the rescue, they all felt a sense of sorrow. What if Queen Penthesilea's death was there tomorrow? But these kings and princes had no choice, because the Greeks had already launched an attack on their city, and Mysia had even been breached. If they did not resist, what awaited them would be the destruction of their city and the death of their people. When King Priam of Troy heard about the death of the Amazon queen, he was also very sad. He did not expect that Penthesilea, who had been victorious a few days ago, would enter the territory of Hades in the blink of an eye. The king ordered people to build a huge pile of firewood, and ordered the craftsmen to quickly build a wooden bed and put it on the pile. The corpse of Queen Penthesilea had been changed into new clothes, smeared with the best scented oil, and placed on the wooden bed. The prince and the hero surrounded the pile of firewood, quietly looking at Queen Penthesilea lying on the wooden bed. She seemed to be asleep, peaceful and quiet. King Priam ordered people to put many precious funerary objects around the pile. These funerary objects were to be buried together with Queen Penthesilea's ashes. Everyone quietly walked around the pile of firewood, reminiscing the memory of Queen Penthesilea. King Priam lit the pile of firewood with the torch in his hand. The flames soared into the sky and the fire burned. Queen. A few female warriors of the Amazon kingdom saw the flames engulfing Queen Penthesilea, shouting her name at the top of their lungs. The fire burned for a long time, and when the corpse was incinerated, the Trojans extinguished the embers with sweet wine, picked up Queen Penthesilea's bones, and put them in a gold chest. However, everyone's attention was diverted. Even Hector and Aeneas were looking at a suit of armor. This was Queen Pentesilea's full armor, the main body of which was a gift from Ares to his daughter. The armor glimmered with golden light in the firelight. The scabbard was made of silver and ivory, the helmet was adorned with shiny golden feathers, and the double-sided axe gifted by the goddess of discord. Many people looked over. Many people were tempted by this set of godly weapons and armor. With a heavy expression, Pei Zi-yun stood up and said loudly, "These are the weapons and armor of Queen Penthesilea. I will send her and the queen's ashes back to the Amazon Empire and hand them over to Hippolyte. She is the Amazon princess and the daughter of Ares. She has the right to inherit her sister's weapons." He then continued, "But before that I will avenge her. Although I do not have the ability to kill Achilles now, I will make him pay for what he has done today. I want to collect some interest from the Greeks first. I want to use schemes to make Greece bleed even more. May Ares help me. Now I want to make a sacrifice to Ares." Pei Zi-yun raised both of his hands high up in the air. He believed that Ares was definitely watching them, and would definitely avenge his daughter. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Zi-yun ordered someone to bring a bull over and offer it to Ares as a sacrifice. The bull was quickly tied up by the servants and placed on the altar. The palace priest picked up the butcher's knife and skillfully slaughtered the bull. Unlike before, when the bull's blood flowed onto the altar, it all disappeared. It was as if Ares had drunk all the blood in one big mouth. The bull's blood quickly flowed out, but there was not a single drop of blood on the altar. The onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How angry must Ares be to drink all the blood? This is the rage of Ares. He wants to drink his fill of fresh blood and take his revenge on Achilles and the Greeks. It seems like Achilles has completely infuriated Ares. Pei Zi-yun thought to himself. The priest's face was full of surprise. To him, this was a situation he had never encountered before. All the items placed on the altar had been used by the gods, not even a drop of blood was left. This meant that the gods were very satisfied with the offerings. He then said, "The gods are very satisfied with the offerings." Pei Zi-yun nodded and did not say anything more. He followed the crowd and left. He had been away from home for so long. He had to return immediately so that Anon and Helen would not be worried. Although King Priam had many questions to ask Pei Zi-yun, he knew that Paris had just returned and was about to go to the battlefield. Thus, he did not ask him to stay. The chariot at the entrance of the palace had already been arranged. Pei Zi-yun boarded the chariot and sped towards the palace. The chariot slowly stopped at the entrance of the palace. Because he had rushed to the battlefield in a hurry, he had not informed anyone in advance. Thus, no one in the family knew that he had returned. When Pei Zi-yun stepped out of the chariot, the servants at the entrance stared at him in shock. They had not expected that the missing Prince Paris would suddenly return home. Pei Zi-yun smiled. "Hurry up and inform Anon and Helen." When he said this, the servants came to their senses and congratulated Paris on his safe return. Some of them quickly ran to inform Anon and Helen. Not long after Pei Zi-yun entered the palace, Anon ran over. When she saw that Pei Zi-yun was unharmed, her eyes filled with tears of happiness. She hugged Pei Zi-yun and said, "My dear Paris, I thought I would never see you again." "How could that be, Anon? Look, I'm back in one piece." Pei Zi-yun comforted her softly. However, he did not dare to imitate Ajax and boast. "Even if the gods on Mount Olympus want me dead, I will still defy the heavens." Ajax was the second hero of the Greeks after Achilles, but when he won the battle, he went into the temple of Athena, grabbed her priestess Cassandra by the hair, and dragged her out of the temple. Athena was furious with anger and shame. Worst of all, he ran into a storm. Ajax hugged a rock and boasted, "Even if the gods on Mount Olympus unite, he will still save me." Poseidon was enraged when he heard the arrogant words. He crushed Ajax with a mountain rock and crushed him to pieces. He would really die if he asked for it. "Paris, you've been gone for so long. Do you know how worried I was?" "All right, it's all over now. Things will get better, Anon." Pei Zi-yun knew that the news of his disappearance would definitely make her worried. At this time, Helen rushed over from the palace next door, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Pei Zi-yun laughed and hugged her once more. "My dear Helen, don't be sad. I'm back in one piece now." Helen nodded and buried her head in Pei Zi-yun's chest. She said softly, "Paris, don't leave us again." Pei Zi-yun was secretly elated. He told Anon and Helen about his disappearance. Of course, he picked out the best parts of the story, which made them feel more at ease. "Paris, I've already ordered the servants to boil some hot water. You've worked hard all the way here. Go and take a bath," Anon said. Pei Zi-yun nodded. Although he had taken a bath at the pier on his way back, he had fought on the battlefield and was indeed stained with blood. He hurriedly went to take a bath. After everything was done, Pei Zi-yun changed into a clean set of clothes and sat quietly. At this time, Jessen carefully walked in from outside. "Respected Prince Paris, your servant Jessen congratulates you on your safe return." Pei Zi-yun said, "Jessen, during the time I was away, did you slack off?" Jessen had a bitter look on his face. "Prince Paris, I did all the tasks you gave me. I did not slack off at all." Before Pei Zi-yun left, he gave Jessen a very simple task. Other than getting to know the bards of the various countries and gathering intelligence on the Greek army, he also gave him the task of infiltrating the enemy's camp. He asked Jessen, "Jessen, did Achilles break into Mysia and kidnap the beautiful daughter of priest Chryses?" "Yes, Prince." "Then this time, did your men infiltrate the Greek army?" Actually, this was what Pei Zi-yun was most concerned about. He gave Jessen the task of infiltrating the enemy's camp so that he could play a key role in this situation. "Prince Paris, it was difficult for us to infiltrate the first batch. But as the war intensified and batches of Greeks died, many of the cities mobilized. Many people who would not have been part of the army joined. There were also many merchants who followed the army, which made things easier for us. Now we have people in the Greek camp, Prince," Jessen said respectfully. Very good," Pei Zi-yun said softly. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the snowflakes in the distance. He said coldly, "I have a task for you. Move your ear closer to me." After listening to Prince Paris's instructions, Jessen looked at the handsome prince in front of him in shock. It was as if he was looking at the 9-headed snake, Hydra. Once this matter is settled, invite the priest of Kalusai Island, Chrysis, over. Pei Ziyun said. Yes, Prince. Is there anything else? Pei Ziyun asked. Prince Paris, I have nothing else to do for now. After saying this, Jessen slowly retreated. Looking at Jessen's retreating figure, a plum blossom appeared in front of Pei Ziyun's eyes. It enlarged rapidly and became a transparent information interface. Divide Achilles and Agamemnon, annihilate one of the Greek army, and deal a heavy blow to the Greek army. Pei Ziyun looked at the system's mission and smiled faintly. Agamemnon, there will definitely be a conflict between you and Achilles. My plan is based on this. After a long period of planning, the Greek army had already arranged for people to infiltrate the Greek army. Once the Greeks send more troops, these people would appear in the Greek army. When that time comes, it would be very easy for him to spread rumors among the Greek army. Agamemnon was a man with a strong desire for power. He was also very jealous. Achilles' strength made him very respected among the Greek army. This would undoubtedly offend Agamemnon. And to target this weakness, as long as the emotions of the Greek army were stirred up, it would be easy to form an opposition and create a good opportunity for Troy. I will do what I say. I will make use of the plot and give the Greeks a big blow. Chapter 597. Troy Mithril Cipher. The lookout on the watchtower sent out a signal to inform them of the arrival of a ship. A small boat went up to meet it, but after a while, it sent out a signal that it was safe and they returned together. It's the priest of Kalusai Island, Chrysis. He has received Paris's invitation and has come to Troy, the boat reported as soon as it sped up. When Chrysis stepped onto the dock, Jessen was already waiting for him. Esteemed priest Chrysis, Prince Paris has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Jessen led Chrysis onto the chariot. The chariot took half a day to reach Troy. Under Jessen's guidance, Chrysis soon arrived at Prince Paris's mansion. Jessen knocked on the door twice and received a reply. He then led Chrysis into the small hall. Prince, the priest Chrysis has arrived, Jessen said. You may leave. Pei Ziyun waved Jessen away. Esteemed Prince Paris, thank you for your invitation. Chrysis placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Esteemed priest Chrysis, you must have had a hard journey. Pei Ziyun looked at Chrysis. Please have a cup of honey wine. It is brewed from real honey. Thank you, Prince Paris. Chrysis was dressed well, but it could not hide the sorrow on his face. Pei Ziyun knew that he was like this because of the kidnapping of his daughter Chrysis. I heard that your daughter Chrysis was captured by Achilles in Mysia? Pei Ziyun asked when he saw Chrysis drink a cup of honey. Sigh, Prince Paris, I have been worrying about this matter. Chrysis shook his head and sighed. Chrysis is such a lovely girl. Unfortunately, she was captured by Achilles. I cannot imagine the difficult life she must have had in the hands of the enemy. If I had kept her by my side, such a sad thing would not have happened. Pei Ziyun looked at Chrysis, who was in a state of self-reproach, and knew that the time was right. He waved his hand and 2 servants came up with plates. One was gold, a shining gold bar, and the other was a thick copper cake. Honorable priest, you don't have to be so sad and desperate. Apollo is watching over us, and I can't tolerate such blasphemy. A year ago I was once full of gold and bronze. These are the spoils of war I obtained after killing Periphas. Unfortunately, most of my gold and bronze were lost in the storm, and this is all I have left. I will now give them all to you. May the gold and bronze be able to redeem your daughter. Seeing what Paris had done, Chrysis was filled with gratitude. He was also in need of a sum of money to ransom his daughter. He raised his hands and said, My god Apollo, do you hear? You are justified in sheltering Troy and Prince Paris. How merciful and generous he is. With a face full of smiles, Pei Ziyun said, Priest Chrysis, I have prepared a delicious feast for you. Chrysis was moved. Prince Paris was so generous and considerate. Dear Prince Paris, thank you very much for your generous gift and hospitality. Pei Ziyun stood up and held Chrysis's hand as they walked towards the banquet hall. Camp of the Greeks. There were rows of stone barracks in the camp. These were where the princes and heroes lived, and they could better withstand the cold in winter. Because the surrounding area was occupied by ordinary soldiers, Agamemnon didn't spend much effort to build stone buildings for them. They were still ordinary tents, just that they had more functions than when they first arrived. At this time, there was a rumor spreading through the camp. It was the words of the prophet Calchas. Without Peleus's son, Achilles, the city of Troy cannot be conquered. Such words were the easiest to gain the approval of the ordinary soldiers, because they had very few channels to obtain information. The Battle of Troy had been going on for so long, but there had been no substantial progress. It just so happened that Achilles had arrived, and there was a new breakthrough. Moreover, Achilles' strength was obvious to everyone. He was truly invulnerable, which reminded many soldiers of Coconus, who had brought them nightmares in the past. Because Coconus had an invulnerable body, he could kill his way in and out of the camp without anyone being able to stop him. This had become an eternal memory of the ordinary soldiers. At this time, Achilles' might was not inferior to Coconus. There were even people below the camp adding fuel to the fire, saying, "After so long, there has been no progress at all." The moment Achilles arrived, there was a new breakthrough. This means that Achilles' role is even greater than Agamemnon's. This was a completely heart-wrenching remark. Ordinary soldiers would never say such treasonous words. In order for such serious words to spread within the camp, the people Jason had arranged to come in could not go unnoticed. Moreover, the moment Achilles arrived, he destroyed Mysia and killed the Amazon queen, Pentasilla. She was the daughter of the god of war, Ares. Achilles' greatness is completely above Agamemnon's. Only he can lead us to the final victory of the war. Damn it, damn Achilles! It was almost dusk. A maid raised a wooden pole and lit a lamp, illuminating the decoration. It was a marble sculpture, holding a silver candlestick. This was a spoil of war. In the past, Agamemnon would have taken some time to admire it. But now, he was not in the mood to do so. He paced back and forth in the hall, roaring. These rumors eventually reached Agamemnon's ears. When he heard them, he was furious. He was a person with a strong desire for power. For the sake of power, he was even willing to sacrifice his own daughter to the gods. The arrival of Achilles and his rapidly growing prestige would undoubtedly challenge his authority, and in turn, affect his position in the Greek coalition. This could not be tolerated. Agamemnon was furious. It was only when he saw Chrysis, whom Achilles had handed over to him, that the anger in his heart gradually calmed down. Chrysis was gentle and beautiful, but there were too many girls. Agamemnon did not care too much about her beauty. He only thought, even if you are the son of Thetis, even if you broke through Mysia and killed the Amazon queen Pentasilla, you still have to obediently hand over a third of your wealth under my authority. And hand over the gentle and beautiful Chrysis. Her body is so cute, especially when she trembles. Thinking of this, Agamemnon calmed down. Although Achilles was powerful, he still had to submit to Agamemnon. According to the rules, he had to hand over a portion of the loot he plundered. The rule of the Greek coalition was that when a hero went on an expedition, a third of the loot must be handed over to the commander of the coalition. Some of the loot was used to maintain the war, but most of it went into Agamemnon's pocket. But I still need to suppress him, or else my position will be seriously challenged, Agamemnon thought with a sullen face. At this moment, there was a sudden clamor outside. Someone reported, "Commander Agamemnon, Chrysis, the priest of Calus Island, has brought gold and bronze to ransom his daughter, Chrysis." Chrysis, who was busy in the hall, had her eyes lit up. Agamemnon could not help but frown. He glanced at her and said, "I'll go take a look." Saying this, he left with the soldiers. At this time, at the entrance of the Greek camp, Chryses, the priest of Apollo, slowly walked into the camp. He held a golden staff of peace in his hand. Wrapped around the staff was an olive branch offered to Apollo, and he had brought a large sum of ransom money. His arrival caused a commotion in the Greek camp. The soldiers in the watchtower saw that he had come with peace, and did not immediately shoot with their bows. The soldiers in the camp did not stop him and let him into the camp. Some princes came out of their tents and gathered at the entrance of the camp to watch Chryses' actions. Everyone was talking about Chryses coming to the Greek camp to ransom his daughter. "Did you see that? I heard that this is a priest. His daughter was captured by Achilles, and he has come with ransom money for his daughter. The commander-in-chief will agree to this?" I remember that Chryses offered his daughter to the commander-in-chief. He has brought a lot of ransom money. If it were me, I would definitely not refuse. Chryses raised the golden staff of peace in front of his chest. Seeing that more and more people had gathered around him, he knew that almost everyone had gathered, so he revealed his identity and purpose. "Sons of Atreus and Agos, princes and heroes, may the gods in heaven bless you, grant you your wish, and allow you to return to your homeland safely. If you are willing to accept the ransom I have brought and return my daughter, I will sincerely bless you. For the sake of Apollo, return my daughter Chryses to me. I am Chryses, the priest of Apollo." The princes and soldiers around him heard Chryses' words and applauded to show their acceptance. "Did you hear that? He is the priest of Apollo. We should return his daughter to him, or we will offend the gods. He has brought so much ransom money, and he is very sincere. We should fulfill his wish. Did you hear that? He will pray and bless us. A priest's sincere prayers are beneficial to us, not harmful." Agamemnon saw the actions of the princes and soldiers, and he was unhappy. Actually, Agamemnon wouldn't have been reluctant to part with Chryses' lovely body, but Achilles had given Chryses to him, and in his mind, this was a sign of Achilles' subservience. He could not accept Chryses' ransom Chryses, because that would undermine his authority. The more powerful Achilles was, the more he wanted to keep Chryses. Therefore, Agamemnon stood up and said angrily, "Old thing, I will not allow you to appear near my camp again. Your daughter is my slave now, and she will always be my slave. I will bring her back to Agos, live in my palace, and make her weave for me all day. Go away. Don't make me angry, and go home." The more Agamemnon spoke, the angrier he became. It seemed that Chryses had ransomed Chryses, who had been given to him by Achilles, and that losing her would mean losing his rule over Achilles. Therefore, when he said the last sentence, there was a bone-chilling murderous intent. Chapter 598. Hearing Agamemnon's words, Chryses was taken aback. He did not expect such an outcome. Although the Battle of Troy was a fierce one, once a captive was captured, as long as someone was willing to pay a ransom, the captive could be redeemed. Chryses had come to the Greeks' camp to redeem his daughter. He thought it was a done deal, but he did not expect things to go awry. More importantly, Chryses was a priest and had a particularly keen sense, otherwise, he would not have been able to become a priest. He immediately sensed the murderous intent in Agamemnon's words and the omen of fate. He knew that if he said anything more, the commander of the Greek coalition would go against morality and kill him. Chryses remained silent and carefully retreated from the Greek camp. The surrounding soldiers and princes did not stop him. Chryses slowly walked to the shore and looked at the distant sea. With tears on his face, he raised his hands and prayed, "O great Apollo, you are the god who rules over such a large land. Please listen to my appeal. For so many years, I have cleaned your temple, chosen your sacrifices, and offered them to you. I beg you to avenge me against the Athenians, to let them know the power of your golden arrows." He prayed loudly, his voice sad and heroic. Mount Olympus Apollo sat on the golden throne, drinking wine and thinking. At this moment, Chrysi's prayer penetrated through the barriers of space and reached Apollo's ears. Apollo listened to his prayer and understood what had happened. He was furious. The Greeks were too arrogant. They knew that Chrysis was a priest of his temple. Not only did they refuse his request to redeem his daughter, they even humiliated Chrysis. This was a provocation to Apollo. Apollo was determined to teach the arrogant Greeks a lesson. He wanted them to understand that the gods were not to be blasphemed, and that their priests were not to be humiliated at will. Apollo stood up and left Mount Olympus angrily. With his divine bow and quiver full of arrows slung over his shoulder, he soon arrived above the Greek camp. Apollo quietly floated above the camp. No one noticed his presence. He looked down at the dense crowd below, took out his divine bow, aimed at the Greek camp, and shot. Whoosh! The arrow disappeared into the camp in an instant, piercing through the bodies of the livestock and soldiers in the camp. However, no one felt anything wrong. Apollo shot arrows at every corner of the Greek camp, but the soldiers and beasts who were hit did not feel anything. But it was not long before the soldiers and animals in the Greek camp fell ill with the plague, and died wailing in misery. The accompanying doctors were helpless when they saw the soldiers suffering from the plague. They could only watch as the soldiers died in pain. For a moment, the Greek camp was in a gloomy mood. City of Troy, Prince's Palace spring was warm and the flowers were blooming. Paseions' mansion was filled with fruit trees and grapes, according to Greek tradition. Paseion did not go out for the past few days. He stayed in the mansion with Oenon and Helen, giving them pointers on how to dig a pond and build a fake mountain. Just as they were all smiling, Jesne came over. Paseion stood up slowly. "You guys go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll be back soon." As he spoke, he listened to Jesne's report. "This is Apollo's revenge." After hearing this, Paseion stopped in his tracks. Although spring was warm and the flowers were blooming, there was still a chill in the air. There was a faint layer of brown fog. It was hard to say what Apollo's priesthood was. Some said it included light, prophecy, music, healing, and so on. It was even mixed up with the sun god in the future, but it was originally called the god of long-range shooting. When Chrysis returned with his face covered in dirt, he knew that the Greeks were about to meet their doom. The gods would not watch their priests be humiliated and do nothing. Sure enough, he received news from Jesne that there was a plague in the Greek camp. Ordinary medicine would not be able to cure the plague caused by the god. They could only ask for help from the gods and hope for their forgiveness. So when Chrysis returned with a face full of worry, Paseion told him not to worry. After a while, the Greeks would naturally agree to his request. Apollo is said to be light and has the nature of life. But his bow is a plague arrow, and it's a supernatural disease. Is this considered one of life and death? Paseion quickly climbed up the city wall and looked up. He saw the thick smoke coming from the Greek camp in the distance. He knew that they were burning the infected corpses and could not help but smile coldly. The Greeks had paid the price for their arrogance. He believed that the plague brought by Apollo would be a great blow to them. But this was just the beginning. The show would continue to unfold. Agamemnon controlled the entire army. It was easy for people to get used to this kind of order, so his prestige grew. In the script, the gods made use of Achilles to deal a heavy blow to Agamemnon, forcing Agamemnon to admit his mistake and ask Achilles to come out. I will proceed according to this script. However, the end result will not be that the Greeks won't feel any pain. Instead, it will be a huge explosion. Paseion asked Jesne, "What's the next step? Can we ensure our safety?" "Prince, we can ensure safety." Everyone who spoke was indirect, and some of them even took a few detours. Tell them to do their jobs well. I will not mistreat them. You have done well this time. Go and receive your reward. Pei Zi-yun said plainly. Thank you, Prince, for your reward, Jesni said and left. This time, the pawns that Jesn planted in the Greek allied forces played an important role. All they had to do was spread some rumors, and the conflict between the hero and the commander of the Greek allied forces, who were already at odds with each other on the surface, became public. At this point, they did not need to fight. They just needed to fight amongst themselves. In the Greek camp, the plague started to kill all sorts of animals. Slowly, it spread to the people. Soldiers died one by one, and the number of people died slowly. This plague seemed to grow stronger as the number of people infected increased. First, it infected the animals, then the ordinary soldiers, and then the heroes and princes. The firewood used to cremate the corpses burned day and night. Corpses were carried out one by one from the tent. Achilles looked at the corpses, his face full of worry. If this continued, the Trojans would not even need to attack. They would be dragged down by the plague. At this point, a wandering minstrel saw Achilles' worried expression. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. What do you want to say? Achilles noticed that this was a minstrel from his hometown, Thesauria. It was said that he was quite famous. However, he grew up on Scuros Island and was not familiar with him. He heard the minstrel say in a trembling voice, Prince Achilles, with this situation in the army, we might need to consult the gods to solve it. Your suggestion is not bad. I will take it. Achilles nodded and threw a piece of gold to the minstrel. He was inspired by the words of the minstrel and felt that this matter could only be solved by the gods. He decided to bring it up at the meeting of the princes. The meeting of the princes of the Greek army was a meeting attended by all the princes and heroes. It was also the highest meeting where the Greek army made decisions. Important matters would be discussed and approved at this meeting before they could be implemented. At this time, the plague that happened in the camp caused all the princes and heroes to gather again for a meeting. There are more and more people infected by the plague. We should isolate and bury these people. If we wait for them to be cremated, the firewood will not be enough. At this time, Achilles stood up and said, Our accompanying doctors do not have a good solution to this plague. I hope to consult a priest, a fortune-teller, or someone who interprets dreams. Let them seek the will of the gods and see if they have a way to appease the anger of Apollo and eliminate the disaster in the army. Yes, we should offer sacrifices to the gods in order to find a way to solve this plague. Everyone nodded in agreement with Achilles' suggestion. They felt that only by asking a priest or fortune-teller to consult the gods could they solve this plague. Agamemnon watched this arrogant young man express his opinion and gain the approval of many princes. He was furious. He felt that Achilles was expressing his opinion to steal the limelight by the hearts of the people and challenge his authority. Otherwise, even if Achilles had thought of a solution, why didn't he tell him in private? Agamemnon absolutely could not tolerate such a thing happening. Just as he was about to retaliate, someone suddenly said, There's no need to look for a priest or fortune-teller. Don't we have a prophet here who can communicate with the gods at any time? Upon hearing this, everyone remembered that Calchas was a great prophet in Greece. He could ask the gods for a solution to the plague, but everyone had forgotten to ask for his opinion. Calchas' face was filled with bitterness. He had long known the reason, but he did not wish to speak. He hoped that everyone would forget about him. This was because this was essentially a conflict between a commander and a brave general. It was common in any world, but in this world, military strength was more important, so the conflict was more acute. No matter what Calchas said, he would offend Agamemnon. Agamemnon was the commander of the allied forces. Once he offended Agamemnon, his life might be in danger. This was because he knew very well what kind of person Agamemnon was. In order to stabilize his power, he could sacrifice his own daughter. If he offended him, the consequences could be imagined. But if the god wanted him to speak, he couldn't hide. He had no choice but to stand up. He knew that if he said these words, he would offend Agamemnon, and his good days in the Greek army would come to an end. He had to find someone to protect him. Calchas looked at Achilles and said, "Achilles, if you can protect me from harm, I can explain in detail why the gods are angry." Although Achilles was a little surprised, he still said in a clear voice, "Great prophet Calchas, just tell me the reason boldly. I will definitely protect you from anyone." When Calchas heard Achilles' promise in front of so many people, he was truly relieved. He was no longer afraid of Agamemnon's revenge. The gods are not angry because we did not keep our vows and did not offer sacrifices. They are angry because Agamemnon humiliated his priest. If we do not return the priest's daughter to him, then Apollo will not let this matter rest. He will continue to bring disaster to us and cause more and more death. Only by fulfilling his wishes can we regain the grace of the gods. Calchas's words were undoubtedly like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear. Everyone was discussing the rationality of Calchas' words. If this was really the case, then they could only persuade Agamemnon to release the priest's daughter, Chrysis, to appease Apollo's anger. I think it might be as Calchas said. It is Agamemnon who humiliated the god's priest and did not return his daughter to him. If we want to appease the god's anger, we must return Chrysis to the Chrysis priest as soon as possible. Otherwise, our soldiers will still have to endure the plague. Achilles was very young, no more than 15 or 16 years old. He had not thought that it was because Agamemnon did not return the priest's daughter, Chrysis. However, now that he knew the situation, it was easy to deal with it. He could just ask Agamemnon to return Chrysis' daughter. But when he said this, Agamemnon immediately became furious. He thought, "Achilles, are you so eager to seize power now?" Chapter 599. Agamemnon was greatly agitated by Calchas' words. Anger flashed in his eyes, almost bursting out of them and burning Calchas in flames. "Damn you, Calchas! Has he already sided with Achilles?" Thinking of this, Agamemnon aggressively said to Calchas, "You ominous prophet, you haven't said a single pleasant word to me since you came here." Actually, Agamemnon only said this because he was furious. Calchas' prophecy had helped him a lot. In the distant past, when Kronos was wreaking havoc in the Greek camp, Calchas had prophesied that Philoctetes would be able to eliminate the threat of Kronos. More recently, Calchas and Odysseus had invited Achilles to participate in the war. At that time, it seemed that Agamemnon was very happy to hear this. Agamemnon continued to speak loudly. "Now you have come to mislead the people, saying that Apollo has given us the plague because I refused Chrysis' ransom for his daughter." At this point, Agamemnon's long experience in politics allowed him to suppress his anger. He could not go against the entire army, so he immediately said, "Indeed, I am willing to keep her here, but in order to save the soldiers from the plague, I am more willing to return her to Chrysis." At this point, Agamemnon paused and said loudly, "Of course, I can hand over Chrysis, but I have a condition. I want a gift worthy of her. You have to take out a gift and exchange it with her." When Agamemnon finished speaking, all the princes and heroes fell silent out of respect for his prestige and royal power. Calchas did not make a sound. The young and vigorous Achilles felt that something was wrong. He stood up and replied, "Son of Atreus, how greedy you are! Greed even drives you to demand spoils of war from the princes and heroes. But have you ever thought that while you are peacefully residing in the Great Hall, the princes and heroes have gone on a crusade against the various states for the sake of obtaining provisions for the allied army? Moreover, every harvest will be handed over to you. You have already obtained what you deserve. Besides, the spoils of war that we have plundered from the conquered cities have long been distributed. This is the only way to maintain morale in the long run. Of course, we can't take back the spoils of war that we have distributed to everyone. In that case, we will no longer support you, son of Atreus. Since it's impossible to get back the spoils of war, I hope you can be a little more generous, and let the priestess daughter go so that our soldiers can endure less pain. Of course, if Zeus blesses us to conquer Troy, we are willing to compensate you 3 times, 4 times. Achilles' words were powerful and reasonable. He directly expressed his intention to compensate Agamemnon, hoping that Agamemnon would consider the bigger picture. Brave hero, don't try to deceive me. What Achilles said actually made sense, but it was even more jarring to Agamemnon, because it showed that Achilles was not a simple warrior, but had a brain. Although he only had reason now, he did not understand harmony yet, but he would learn as he grew older, so he was even more fearful and shouted loudly. You're right. You think I'll listen to you and hand over Chryses just because you keep your spoils of war safe? No, the Greeks won't compensate me, so I'll take what I need from your spoils of war. It doesn't matter if these things belong to Ajax, Odysseus, or you, Achilles, and no matter how angry you are, I don't care. Agamemnon was now determined to get compensation, or he would never back down. In his view, if he took a step back, it would be a compromise to Achilles, or even to the princes, which would greatly damage his authority. Now, Achilles, I have to tell you that although I've promised to return Chryses' daughter to him, I want to get a noble woman from your tent as compensation. And I want you to understand that I'm nobler than you, and this is a warning to others not to go against my will like you. Agamemnon had lost his basic rationality to Achilles' word. Although this was the truth, and every prince knew it, it was not suitable to say it publicly. The young Achilles was instantly angered by Agamemnon. He pressed his sword, already thinking of drawing it and killing the commander. Blood splattered 5 steps away, no problem. At this moment, Athena, who had already sensed the omen of fate, quickly appeared behind Achilles and whispered, "Calm down, don't use your sword. If you're obedient, I'll give you 3 times the reward." If Achilles drew his sword, things would get out of hand. The Greek army would immediately fall apart, and the fate of the whole world would be reversed. When Achilles heard this voice, he knew that the gods were talking to him. Since the gods had told him not to use his sword, he could only choose to endure for now. Agamemnon still did not know that he had walked into the entrance to hell. If not for Athena's timely intervention, he might have had to go to the realm of Hades. Achilles obediently pushed his sword back into its scabbard and replied angrily, "You despicable man, when did you ever think that you should fight alongside the noblest heroes of Greece on the battlefield against the enemy? If there's a problem in battle, you're always the first to hide." Of course, here, snatching the spoils of war from the hands of someone who dares to contradict you is a very comfortable thing. Then, he pointed at the scepter in Agamemnon's hand and said to Agamemnon, "I swear by this scepter to you, just as this scepter can no longer sprout leaves like a tree branch, from now on, you will never see me fight on the battlefield again. When the fierce Hector slaughters the Greeks like cutting grass, don't expect me to come and save you. In the future, it will be useless for you to regret offending my dignity." Achilles was completely enraged by Agamemnon and did not leave any leeway in his words. "Arrogant young man, do you think that without you we can't fight? Do you think I'll come and beg you to save me? Let me tell you, you're daydreaming. I will definitely make you understand that without an arrogant young man like you, the Greeks can still win this war and break through the city of Troy." Agamemnon was also infuriated by Achilles' words and said furiously. The two of them were at each other's throat. None of the heroes or princes present tried to dissuade them. Everyone watched silently because they knew that neither of them could be dissuaded. Not to mention Agamemnon, even Achilles, who was currently in a fit of anger, would not listen to any persuasion. "Do whatever you want, but don't expect me to listen to your orders. I won't raise my hand against you or any other hero because of this girl. You can take it yourself, but remember, don't even think of touching the other property on my ship, or I'll take your life." These words were clearly threatening Agamemnon with force. Everyone's expression changed. After saying this, Achilles ignored everyone present and left the barracks, returning to his ship. Everyone looked at each other. They did not expect things to turn out this way. "Did you see that? Did you all see that? This arrogant young man has never taken me seriously, nor has he taken anyone seriously. Don't worry, without him, I, Agamemnon, can still lead everyone to victory in the war." Everyone was silent. They had reservations about Agamemnon's words. Under his leadership, a few years had passed, but there had been no substantial progress in the war against Troy. Meeting adjourned. After Agamemnon announced that the meeting was adjourned, he returned to his barracks gloomily. Everyone dispersed as well. They were very worried about the conflict between Achilles and Agamemnon. After the meeting was adjourned, Calchas also looked worried. In the face of Agamemnon's aggressiveness, he chose to let Achilles protect him. But in the end, Achilles and Agamemnon parted on bad terms. He could only hope that Agamemnon would compromise with Achilles. Otherwise, his good days would come to an end. Agamemnon returned to his barracks, still sulking. Thinking of the girl in Achilles' barracks that he had yet to retrieve, he quickly called for the herald Tartipios and Euryes. "Both of you, go to Achilles' barracks and bring a noble girl here." "Yes." The heralds Tartipios and Euryes did not dare to disobey Agamemnon's orders, so they bit the bullet and agreed. The conflict between Achilles and Agamemnon during the princes' meeting was now known by everyone in the camp. They were Agamemnon's heralds, so they were the first to know about it. Given the current situation, they were afraid that they would be killed by Achilles if they went to Achilles' barracks to retrieve the girl. But no matter how reluctant they were, they had to rush to Achilles' barrack. Otherwise, Agamemnon would be the first to go before Achilles did anything. They reluctantly arrived at Achilles' barracks and saw Achilles sitting at the door of the barrack. Because of their timidity, they did not dare to tell Achilles their purpose for coming. They could only linger far away outside Achilles' barrack. Achilles had actually seen the two of them coming from afar and had already guessed their purpose for coming. Seeing them linger outside his barracks, looking hesitant to speak, he knew that they were afraid of him. Achilles said, "I know why you are here. You don't have to worry. It's not your fault. It's Agamemnon's fault." After saying that, he said loudly, "Patroclus, invite the girl out and let them take her back. But I want you to be a witness in front of God and mortals. If someone asks for my help in the future and is refused, then don't blame me. You should blame the son of Atreus." The heralds Tartipios and Euryes looked at each other. They did not dare to answer. They could only pretend that they did not know about the conflict between Achilles and Agamemnon. At this time, Patroclus brought a noble girl out. She was reluctant and kept looking at Prince Achilles with a resentful gaze. Achilles turned his face to avoid her gaze and said, "Take her back." The heralds Tartipios and Euryes took the girl out. Patroclus saw Achilles' uncomfortable expression and said, "Prince Achilles, you—" Before he could finish his words, Achilles waved his hand to stop him. "Patroclus, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Just let me sit alone." Patroclus sighed helplessly and returned to the barrack. Achilles got up and walked towards the sea. Unknowingly, tears streamed down his face because of the humiliation. Note 1. The Greek city-state era was different from the centralization of power in China. Most of the soldiers were citizens, and the weapons were provided by the citizens themselves. The state generally did not pay for it. As a price, 1/3 of the spoils of war would be given to them. Therefore, Achilles said that he could not take it back because it would offend the whole army. Note 2. If Achilles had drawn his sword, either Agamemnon or both of them would have died. The Greeks would have failed. Therefore, in the world of the gods would not allow such internal strife to occur. It was difficult to hide from the gods and be effective by directly provoking internal strife. Chapter 600. Achilles sat on the shore with tears in his eyes, gazing at the dark water and calling for his mother, Thetis. Because of Achilles' strength, it was easy for people to ignore his age. He was only a 16-year-old boy. But he bore responsibilities and pressures that far exceeded his age. Now that he was alone, he couldn't stop his tears. In the palace deep under the sea, Thetis had been paying attention to Achilles. When she heard him calling for her from afar, she thought of the tragic fate that her child Achilles was about to face. She couldn't help but feel a little pain in her heart. She wanted to change his fate so badly. When Achilles was born, Thetis noticed that he had growing divine blood, which made it possible for him to become a true god. So at night she burned her son in the fire behind his father's back, to burn away the human part of his father's inheritance and make him holy. During the day, she used magic medicine to heal her son's wounds. With the growth of divine blood, flesh would grow and he would become closer to becoming a true god. But one time, when Peleus secretly peeked and saw his son crying in the fire, he was so frightened that he cried out. Thetis's efforts were all for naught. "My son, you have the talent that the gods are jealous of. Only the growing divine blood can make up for your loss." Thetis knew that other than this talent, even the son of Zeus couldn't use this method to purify his blood. But the gods made Peleus discover it. In fact, it was also the gods' warning that made you lose your last chance. Thinking of this, she opened her mouth to speak. On the shore, Achilles heard his mother's voice from the depths of the sea. "Alas, my child, it was I who gave birth to you. Your life is so short." Hearing Thetis say this, Achilles felt sad. He knew that his mother had worked hard to change his fate. She had used countless methods, but in the end, she had failed. "I should have let you live happily, but you have to endure so much suffering and humiliation," Thetis continued. "Mother, I don't feel bitter. I just feel angry. Why do I have to pay for Agamemnon's mistakes?" Achilles said, "My child, I have been watching all this time. Don't I know the grievances you have suffered? I will personally go to the thunder god and ask him to help you so that you will no longer have to endure this humiliating fate. But you must wait, for it cannot be done at once, for yesterday Zeus went to the Gulf of Oceanus to enjoy the sacrifice of the pious Ethiopians, and will not return for 12 days. Then I'll go to him, hug his knees and beg him. For now, stay near the warship. Ignore them and don't participate in any battles." It may be said that Thetis had devoted herself to the cause of Achilles, and when Hermes had made it plain that Achilles' fate was sealed, she had tried to improve it as much as possible. As Achilles listened, he calmed down a little. If he continued to feel this way, he might go and find trouble with Agamemnon. After sitting for a while longer, Achilles left the coast. On his way back, many people greeted him, but he kept a straight face and did not say a word. Back in his tent, Achilles looked at the empty tent and thought of the girl that Agamemnon had taken away. Anger rose in his heart. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and sat quietly in the tent without saying a word. City of Troy, the messenger of the Greeks found Chryses and said, "Venerable priest, the great general Agamemnon has agreed to let you redeem your daughter, Chryses. Is this true?" Chryses was pleasantly surprised. The gloominess he felt when he saw the messenger was swept away. "Chryses, of course it is true. Let us go to the camp together to redeem your daughter," said the messenger. "Wait a moment, I will go with you after I get the gold and bronze." Not long after, a servant carried a box out of the room and placed it on the chariot outside. Chryses and the messenger left the city together and went to the Greek camp. Inside the camp, Odysseus had been waiting for Chryses for a long time. The soldiers had also brought Chryses from Agamemnon's tent. "Girl of Mysia, you have a good father," Odysseus sighed. If it wasn't for Apollo's plague that dealt a heavy blow to the Greeks and Agamemnon's insistence, no one would have dared to offend Agamemnon over this matter. There was a commotion in the barracks as a figure barged in. When he saw the young girl sitting on the wool blanket, he was pleasantly surprised and said, "My daughter, do you know how worried I was when you were captured by the enemy? It's all good now, I'm going to bring you home, and you won't have to suffer anymore." Then, Chrysis, who had just barged in, hugged the girl sitting on the wool blanket. "Father, you're finally here. I thought I'd never see you again," Chrysis said mournfully, burying his head in his father's arms. "My daughter, everything will be fine. I will take you home now." Chrysis glanced at Odysseus, who was sitting beside him, and said, "Greeks, I have handed over my ransom to your emissary." Once again, Chrysis raised his hands to the heavens and prayed aloud, "O great Apollo, your servant Chrysis is thanking you for your divine grace. Now that the Greeks have yielded and allowed me to bring back my daughter Chrysis, I beg you to stop the calamity that befell the Greeks." Odysseus was not pleased to hear Chrysis say that the Greeks had succumbed, but it was true that they had succumbed to the pestilence of the gods. Strangely enough, as soon as Chrysis finished praying, the plague stopped outside and all the patients showed signs of recovery. Someone rushed in excitedly and said, "King Odysseus, the plague has stopped. All the soldiers are recovering." Odysseus was shocked. He enthusiastically sent Chrysis out of the camp and watched as the chariot moved further away before returning to the camp. In just a short while, some of the soldiers who showed signs of recovery were already able to get out of bed and walk. Sigh, that's why mortals have to fear the gods, because their power is unparalleled. Odysseus sighed in his heart. City of Troy. Yun stood on top of the city walls and looked at the disappearing smoke. The plague of the Greeks has ended. This wasn't a natural plague, but a supernatural one. That's why it came so quickly and left so quickly. Actually, most of the gods were on the side of the Greeks. Apollo's punishment of the Greeks could not be sustained for too long. Once there was a way out, it stopped immediately. However, even though the normal script has ended, I'm going to do something big. When Achilles killed the Amazon queen Penthesilea, he swore to Ares that the Greeks would pay. This was just the beginning. Achilles and Agamemnon are at odds. He has already withdrawn from the Greek army and called for his mother, Thetis. For Achilles' sake, Thetis will ask Zeus to attack Agamemnon. An enraged Ares would also support dealing a blow to the Greeks. In this world of gods, with these two, my plan to attack the Greeks has the basic conditions to be carried out. If not, no matter how perfect my plan is, it will be destroyed by the gods. Now, the time is right. I will use this opportunity to weaken the Greeks and strengthen my own forces. I may not have this chance again in the future. Yun thought of this and asked, "Are our people ready?" Jesn, who was standing behind him, said respectfully, "Prince, everything is ready." "Good, let's proceed to the third step." Yun said. "Yes," Jesn said and slowly retreated. Yun looked at the Greek camp and shouted, "System." Following the call, a plum blossom quickly appeared in front of him. It quickly enlarged and transformed into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Hero Bloodline. Level 5, 155, 7%. Now, I need more and more power to grow. After killing Morion and Meniphos, although I haven't fully digested them, they should be fully digested when I reach 180%. To reach level 7, I need at least one more hero. Yun fell into deep thought. Now that the Battle of Troy had been going on for a few years, most of the heroes had arrived. The time for the showdown was getting closer and closer. He was now trying his best to accumulate power. When the time came, he would have the power to deal with them. Greek camp. It had been some time since Agamemnon and Achilles had quarreled in the Council of Princes, and the subject had been deliberately avoided in order to avoid aggravating the conflict between the two. The entire Greek camp entered a period of peace. Even the Trojans did not come to disturb them. But unknowingly, a gust of wind blew in the camp again. A rumor spread among the soldiers. Without Achilles, the Greeks will face a setback. No one could find out where this rumor came from. All they knew was that it had suddenly spread throughout the camp. This widespread rumor quickly reached Agamemnon's ears. When he heard it, he felt even more depressed. Could it be that everyone no longer trusts me, and would choose to trust that arrogant young man? Agamemnon thought to himself. The conflict between Agamemnon and Achilles was, in fact, a conflict between a commander and a warrior, a superior and a talented person. Personal jealousy and a desire for power were just the catalyst. But even if it was someone else, unless Achilles gave in, this conflict would be difficult to resolve. It could even be said that even if Achilles gave in, this conflict would never be resolved. Who asked the inferior to him to be so brave and talented? At this moment there was a commotion outside the barracks. Agamemnon looked over and saw many Greek soldiers surrounding a group of people. This group of people was carrying a batch of supplies. Agamemnon was a little puzzled. Although there were some merchants selling daily necessities in the camp to make life easier for everyone, he could not tell that there was anything different about this group of merchants. There was nothing different about this group of merchants. It was just that they had slightly more goods than ordinary merchants, so they shouldn't have attracted so many soldiers to watch. He listened for a while outside the crowd, and he understood. This group of merchants had come from Greece. Not only did they bring the specialties of various Greek cities and kingdoms, but they had also brought news of their hometowns because they had gone to various Greek cities and kingdoms to collect supplies. These soldiers, heroes, and princes who had left home for many years were all asking them about their hometowns and families. So they have been away for so many years. When Agamemnon saw this, he also thought about how many years he had left home. He realized that one of these merchants was from Mackenzie, and his heart skipped a beat. Agamemnon had not heard news from Mackenzie for a long time. He called a soldier and pointed to the merchant from Mackenzie, saying, "Go and tell him to come to my barracks." As he said this, he walked into the barrack. The soldiers listened to his orders and walked over to speak to the merchant before leading him to the commander's barracks. Chapter 601. The merchant was led into Agamemnon's barracks by the soldiers. The barracks were all made of stone, and there were some small rooms around it that could be used for rest and other purposes. In the middle was a large hall that could accommodate hundreds of people. In the middle of the hall was a stone chair covered with a thick carpet. An oil lamp was lit on the stone table, giving off a faint light. 2 soldiers stood on both sides of the table. There were stone chairs in the hall for the heroes and princes of the camp to discuss matters in the hall. When the merchant entered the hall, he sang loudly, "Great Commander Agamemnon, I am Torres, a citizen of Mycenae. Under your light, we have successfully brought our goods from Greece to Troy. I hope you will continue to protect us." As the merchant spoke, he came in front of Agamemnon and knelt down to kiss the carpet at Agamemnon's feet. He was very respectful. Agamemnon saw the merchant's respect and felt relieved. He asked, "You are from Mycenae. Do you have news of my hometown?" Although there would be messengers from Mycenae bringing news from Mycenae every once in a while, Agamemnon still hoped to learn more from the merchant. The merchant said, "I have traveled to many cities and have seen changes and even riots because the princes and heroes have been away from home for too long. The city of Argos produces good horses. When I went to purchase them, I saw riot." The merchant, Torlisk, gave a few examples which made Agamemnon's face change. It was common for a king to have problems when he was away from home for a long time. Just as he was thinking about this problem, he heard another compliment. "Great Commander Agamemnon, your kingdom is very peaceful. Your queen is ruling and your nephew, Aegis, lives in the palace, helping the queen to govern the kingdom." This is all because of your prestige and the protection of the great Zeus. In fact, his nephew Aegis had slept with the queen and divided the power of the kingdom. However, God had decided that his queen and nephew would kill this commander. Thus, when Agamemnon heard this news, he was very happy and had no doubts. He even raised his hand to thank God, thinking that the hatred between the families had been resolved. Great Zeus, thank you very much for your kindness. I will be grateful to you. Agamemnon also believed that after so many years, his wife would not resent him anymore. After all, their daughter was not dead. Torlisk, the news you brought is very important to me. I've decided to reward you with gold and bronze, and you will also gain a bit of my friendship. Agamemnon said, Dear Commander Agamemnon, thank you very much for your hospitality and generosity. The merchant Torlisk did not expect to gain Agamemnon's friendship by doing such an insignificant thing. He even received gold and bronze. Immediately, a servant carried 2 trays filled with gold and bronze and walked in. Torlisk, to thank you for the news you brought, these are all rewards for you. The merchant took the gold and bronze and beamed with joy. This business was really worth it. Not only did he earn money from the goods, but he also received rewards. As expected, the bards in my hometown are very valuable. Every prince wants to hear news about his hometown and family. For this information, they are willing to pay in gold. Pei Ziyun's methods were all indirect, and the process was very natural. Hence, the merchant Torlisk felt that it was very normal. This was a type of business. Moreover, everything he said was the truth. At most, the bards had arranged the information. Some emphasized, some were a little vague, and some were a little reversed. But all of it was the truth. As long as it was the truth, it was normal to have some emphasis and reversals. Everyone only saw and heard one side of the story. Even a god would not be able to find any problems. Torlisk, it's been hard on you. If you have any grievances doing business here, you can look for me. I will consider your legitimate request. Agamemnon said these purely out of politeness. He added the last sentence because he was afraid that if Torlisk really came looking for him, he would only consider legitimate requests. As for what legitimate requests were, only Agamemnon had the right to explain. Do you have any other news? Agamemnon asked. This sentence of his was also very skillful. The underlying meaning was that if there was no other news, the merchant could scram. The merchant hesitated for a while and said, Respected Commander Agamemnon, I am extremely grateful for the gold that you have given me. You know, merchants have dealings with both Greece and Troy. Yes, I know this. Don't worry, I will not blame you. This is the duty of you merchants. Thank you very much, my great commander. But I need to tell you that I have heard a piece of news from Troy. What news? Agamemnon was shocked and immediately woke up. I heard that Penthesilea is dead, and she left behind a god-given weapon and armor. Paris will send it back to the Amazons and hand it over to Hippolyte. She is also the princess of the Amazons, and the daughter of the god of war, Ares. She is now preparing to sail secretly, and she is also bringing along the compensation from Troy, a large amount of gold and bronze. Is what you said true? Agamemnon's heart skipped a beat and he stood up. Of course it is true, my great commander. The merchant Torlisk said. I still have to verify the authenticity of this news. You should know that you cannot be careless in war. If this news is true, you will be rewarded when the time comes, Agamemnon said. Great Commander Agamemnon, thank you very much for your generosity. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. With that, the merchant slowly retreated. Seeing the merchant leave, a thought appeared in Agamemnon's mind. Troy wants to send the god-given weapon and armor, as well as a large amount of gold and bronze to the Amazon. I can stop them myself. Not only will I obtain wealth and weapons, I can also prove my merits to the entire allied army. Agamemnon stood up, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt that this plan was feasible. After all, Achilles was so arrogant because he thought that without him, the Greek allied army would not be able to achieve victory. Now, he could let him understand that the Greek allied army could still achieve victory without him. Paris traveling alone might be an opportunity, Agamemnon thought. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to verify if this news is true, and if Paris is traveling alone. Agamemnon's first reaction was to ask for Carca's opinion on this matter. After all, he was a prophet and could predict the good and bad of this matter, so that it would be convenient for him to seek benefits and avoid harm. But on second thought, Agamemnon thought about how Carcass had spoken from Achilles' point of view, and had even spoken ill of him at the meeting of princes. He snorted coldly. This time, he believed that without Carcass and Achilles, he would definitely be able to complete the task outstandingly. Otherwise, everyone would feel that without them, the Greek allied army could not do anything. This time, he wanted to make it clear to everyone that the Greek allied army could lose anyone but Agamemnon. Only I, Agamemnon, am the only person who cannot be replaced. Thinking of this, Agamemnon called for the messenger. Go and summon some heroes and princes to the hall for a discussion. As he said that, he reported a string of names. Not long after, the heroes and princes whose names were called arrived one after another in Agamemnon's barracks. Among them were the sons of Diocles, Chrysostom and Orchocorus, the son of Hercules, Trepolemos, the half-brother of Ajax, and 8 other heroes. Odysseus was also among them. These heroes were all heroes that Agamemnon thought highly of, and at the same time, they supported Agamemnon more. Seeing that everyone had arrived and were seated in the chairs below, Agamemnon said, "Listen, princes and heroes, you have to win this battle to prevent Achilles from being too arrogant." After saying this, he did not say anything else and watched the reactions of the princes and heroes. In fact, these heroes and princes were also not used to Achilles' overbearingness. It was only because Achilles was powerful that they did not show it. Hearing Agamemnon's words, Trepolemos, the son of Hercules, immediately responded, "Great commander, you said that we have to win this battle. What should we do?" Agamemnon looked at him approvingly and felt that he had cooperated well. He immediately said, "I recently received news that the Prince of Troy, Paris, will be transporting the weapons and armor bestowed by the Amazon Queen Pentasilla, as well as a batch of gold and bronze to the Amazon. Perhaps he wants to continue befriending the Amazon. Does the commander mean that we should rob these things?" Chrysostom, the son of Diocles, asked. "That's right. As long as we know the exact time and location of the voyage, we can set up an ambush along the way. We will definitely be able to rob these things and kill the hateful Paris." "Is this news reliable, great commander?" Orchocorus asked. "Of course it is. I also intend to send someone to investigate and verify the exact time and location of the voyage, as well as the strength of the ships. If there are only 1 or 2 ships, with our current strength, we can still successfully rob and kill them without Achilles. If there are a lot of ships, then it might be a trap. We can then adapt to the situation." Everyone listened and nodded in agreement. Troy currently did not have a particularly powerful hero. The only one that could be considered powerful was Hector. However, other than Achilles, there were others that could deal with him. Diomedes, Ajax the Little, and Ajax the Great could all do it. "Commander Agamemnon, have you consulted the prophet Calchas about this matter?" Odysseus asked cautiously. He had always been cautious, but after hearing Agamemnon's plan, he suddenly felt that he should consult Calchas about his opinion. Agamemnon's eyes turned cold and said bluntly, "Odysseus, we don't need to consult the prophet Calchas every time we attack. Furthermore, this matter is basically in the bag, so there is no need to trouble him." During the previous meeting of the princes, Calchas had offended Agamemnon greatly and was suspected of defecting to Achilles. These were all things that Agamemnon could not tolerate. Odysseus had touched on Agamemnon's sore spot, so it would be strange if Agamemnon had a good expression. If that is the case, I have no objections to the commander's plan. The cunning Odysseus immediately expressed his support for Agamemnon's decision and did not want to offend him. Agamemnon heard this and his expression became better. Since everyone is supporting me, then after I confirm the information about Troy, we will do it this time. We will win this battle, and make the arrogant Achilles stop underestimating us. Saying this, he was decisive. Chapter 602. Odysseus came out of Agamemnon's barrack. For some reason, his heart was heavy. Not only was it the conflict between Agamemnon and Achilles, it was also an instinctive feeling. He had been blessed by God for so many years, so he had naturally developed this instinct. Odysseus walked out of the barracks and walked back. On the way back, he met Calchas. Even though Odysseus did not like this Greek prophet who could see through everything, due to his heavy heart and the indistinct feeling in his heart, he felt that he should ask this prophet that he did not like. Odysseus walked to Calchas and asked, "Respected prophet Calchas, do you think we can kill Paris now?" Odysseus still maintained his sly and cunning personality. Even the question he asked Calchas was so vague and tactful. A normal person who did not know the truth might really be tricked by him. The war has been going on for almost 4 years. There is too much blood and hatred. Greece and Troy cannot stop. Even if the culprit, Paris, is dead, they must continue to fight until one side defeats the other. Calchas was clear in his heart, but he did not want to tell the truth to Odysseus. Firstly, he did not like this cunning king. Secondly, even if he told the truth, Agamemnon would misunderstand and think that he was trying to scare him. If that was the case, he would offend Agamemnon again. Whether the prediction is right or not, crows are never likable. Calchas did not want to offend Agamemnon because Agamemnon was the commander of the allied army. If the jealous Agamemnon targeted him, even the strongest hero, Achilles, might not be able to guarantee his safety. Hearing Calchas' words, Odysseus felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Yes, the war could only continue. There was no turning back, and Paris and Menelaus were slowly losing their death immunity gold medals. Killing Paris this time would not trigger any special interference from God. Austin analyzed Agamemnon's words carefully. Everything was very natural and there were no flaws. Most importantly, Troy did not have a hero like Achilles. This time, he had 7 to 8 heroes. Even if they encountered the worst situation, they would be able to escape unscathed. Austin felt like he had been worrying too much. He smiled and walked back to his barracks. Looking at Austin's back as he left, Calchas shook his head and mumbled, "I saw a sea of blood. Unfortunately, even Athena could not ensure your victory this time. She could only ensure your safe retreat." This time, Paesion's plan to deal with the Greeks could be said to have gained the approval of the gods. Athena could not go against the will of the god. Even though Austin had Athena's protection, it was impossible for him to win this battle. He could only escape unscathed under Athena's protection. No one heard Calchas' words, or rather, even if they were heard, no one would care. This was because Agamemnon needed this victory too much. He had to use this victory to re-establish his authority. He had to let everyone know that even without Achilles, the Greek army could still win under Agamemnon's leadership. Troy's secret harbor set sail. Paesion gave the order. A battleship slowly left Troy's secret harbor. This time, to lure the Greeks out, Paesion used the fastest battleship as bait. He would be the bait himself. Will the Greeks really fall for it? Aeneas stood beside Paesion and asked. Aeneas's worries were not without reason. This plan seemed simple. Of course, Paesion said decisively. Seeing Aeneas's doubt, he clapped his hands and said, "Believe me, we will definitely win this time." This strong confidence infected Aeneas, and it made him believe that they could really win this battle. Looking at the azure blue sea, the cries of seagulls could be heard from time to time. Pei Ziyun fell into deep thought. The reason why he had such strong confidence in winning was because he knew that the Greek army with Achilles was too strong. They had to be weakened in order to comply with Zeus's will. Zeus did not want any side to be too strong in this battle of Troy. It would be best if both sides were evenly matched. That way, the heroes of humanity would be weakened to the greatest extent. The appearance of Achilles had broken this balance. Now, the Greeks had overwhelming power over Troy. This was something Zeus did not want to see. Even if Pei Ziyun did not make a move to weaken the Greek army, Zeus was already planning to weaken the Greek army. Pei Ziyun wanted to use a strategy to weaken the Greek army. This was in line with Zeus's intentions. Pei Ziyun's plan would be supported by the gods. Secondly, Penthesilea had died at the hands of Achilles. If he used the excuse of avenging Penthesilea, it would be easy for him to get Ares's help. Although Ares did not save Penthesilea's life, that was because Zeus had stopped him. The hatred that Achilles had for killing Penthesilea had always been etched in his mind. Even towards the Greek army, Ares's heart was filled with anger. Finally, Achilles, who had suffered great humiliation, had no choice but to retreat to the ship and not participate in the meeting of the princes. This was Achilles's temperament, and he had no other choice. Since he had offended the commander of the allied army, Agamemnon, Achilles had no way of gaining a foothold in the princes' meeting. Only when the Greek army had suffered a serious setback would they be able to return with glory and glory. Achilles would not make a move unless Agamemnon was willing to admit his mistake. This was obviously impossible. There was only one possibility. The Greek army had suffered a huge setback. Only then would they be able to ask Achilles for help. This would mean that Agamemnon's authority had been swept away. These three principles caused all the gods to help Pei Ziyun achieve victory. With the help of all the gods, there was no reason for Pei Ziyun not to achieve victory in this battle. Those who are good at fighting have no illustrious reputation. This is the peak of my strategy. It may seem simple, but everything is in line with the Tao. When the conditions are right, success will follow. Everything is in my hands. Even if it is the most realistic aspect, I have already let the Greeks know the number of my fleet. They even know that I had begged Aeneas to go with me. That is the most logical thing to do. This time, we must annihilate the entire Greek fleet. The warship cut through the waves as it rushed towards the Amazon. The Greeks had been monitoring the movements of Troy. When Pei Ziyun's warship left the secret pier, he was discovered by the Greeks. They quickly sent the news back. The Greeks then sent a fleet of warships to ambush Pei Ziyun along the route to the Amazon. When Pei Ziyun's warship passed by an island, more than 10 Greek warships appeared in the distance. They surrounded Pei Ziyun's warship. Pei Ziyun, who was standing on the deck of the warship, revealed a cold smile. The fish has bitten the bait. You can reel in now. Men, escape in the direction we have set. The warship turned and headed in the direction they had set. From the Greeks' point of view, this warship had seen more than 10 warships lying in ambush. It had turned around and fled in a panic. Commander Orsikoros, the enemy only has one warship. On the Greek warship, a soldier was reporting to Orsikoros the latest information he had. Oh, are you sure? Only one warship? Orsikoros asked again. Yes, we have searched the surrounding waters, but did not find any warships coming to meet this warship. Tlepolemus answered. What about news from the mainland? When we were at sea, we received news that Paris begged Aeneas to go with him, but Hector did not participate. At this time, even Odysseus said, that is normal. Troy is completely dependent on Hector. He cannot leave Troy for long, and going to the Amazon and back would take a few months. In fact, I am already surprised that we managed to convince Aeneas to go with us. When Orsichoros heard this, the last of his doubts were dispelled, and he said excitedly, "Chase with all our might and intercept this warship." In fact, Orsichoros was also very cautious with his troop. Although he had more than 10 warships ambushing an enemy warship this time, he still had to repeatedly confirm that it might not be a trap by the enemy. After confirming that there were no enemy warships in the nearby waters, he dispelled his last trace of doubt. Orsichoros believed that this was not a plot by the enemy, because if it was, the enemy would have the confidence to take down this warship in one fell swoop. At this time, Pei-Ziyun's warship was fleeing. Because it was the fastest warship of Troy, it was difficult for the Greeks to catch up. Along the way, Prince Paris's warship was fleeing with all its might, and the Greeks were chasing with all their might. It was only when they reached the island of Tenedos that the Greeks' warships caught up. Facing the Greeks, Pei-Ziyun immediately abandoned his warship and fled to the island. From the perspective of the Greeks on the warships, Prince Paris had fled to this island in a panic, and when he saw that he was about to be caught, he abandoned his warship and fled to the island. When the Greeks arrived at Pei-Ziyun's warship, they found a large amount of gold and bronze on it, but the most expensive part was the weapons and armor given by the gods. Presumably, these were taken away by Paris. This was very reasonable. If the gold and bronze were lost, they could be found again, but if the weapons were lost, how could they be returned to the Amazons? Orsichoros immediately ordered, "Control this batch of gold and bronze, and continue to chase after Paris." The order was passed down, and the Greeks were very happy. They felt that this mission was too simple and easy, and that they had obtained a large amount of gold and bronze. When the time came, there would be a lot of spoils of war. Trepolemos, who had just set foot on the island of Tenedos, was very happy. He felt that Paris would not be able to escape even if he had wings. As long as he could take him down, he would be able to make a great contribution. He raised his long sword and shouted, "Paris's idea is to use the island's terrain to go around in circles with us, so that he can get help from Troy. However, we cannot give him this opportunity. Chase after them and kill Paris and Aeneas." The soldiers were very excited. Under Trepolemos' lead, they chased after Paris at full speed. To them, Paris was like a turtle in a jar. Chapter 603. Pei-Ziyun panicked and ran away, while the Greeks continued to chase after him. The two of them chased each other until they reached a valley. At this point, the Greeks saw Pei-Ziyun's silhouette. Everyone was overjoyed and chased after him with all their might. Pei-Ziyun turned around and saw the ferocious faces of the Greeks. Without wasting any time, he turned and ran into the valley. The Greeks did not hesitate and followed him in. When Pei-Ziyun entered the valley, he seemed to have run out of energy. He stood there panting. The few Decanes at the front saw that Pei-Ziyun was in a sorry state and were overjoyed. They raised their spears and rushed towards the panting Pei-Ziyun. "Who?" A gust of wind could be heard as one of the Decanes threw his spear. The sound of the spear piercing through the air could be heard clearly by Pei-Ziyun. He shifted his body slightly to the right and dodged the spear. The spear did not have much force behind it. It hit the walls of the valley and rebounded with a loud dang. At this point, everyone had caught up. Pei-Ziyun seemed to be panicking, and turned to run into the depths of the valley. How could the Greeks give him the chance to do so? They all stabbed their spears towards Pei-Ziyun. Pei-Ziyun dodged backwards and dodged a few of the spears. The spear in his hand stabbed forward. Pooh! The spear pierced through the chest of a Decanus. He pulled it out forcefully and blood spurted out. The Decanus fell to the ground. Since Pei-Ziyun had killed a man in an instant, he seemed to be in a state of panic. He picked up the long spear that was still dripping with blood and continued running into the valley. The few Decanus and Centurions glanced at each other before continuing their chase. Pei-Ziyun fought and ran, killing the Decanus with his spear. We can't let Paris escape. Those who caught up with him were Croton, Orsicoros, Trepolimos, Toklos, Austin, and the rest. Seeing that Pei Zi-yun had consecutively killed a few Decanus and was about to enter the valley, they were getting more and more anxious. The valley was dark and it was easy to hide in. The Greeks chased after Pei Zi-yun with all their might. At this point, Pei Zi-yun had no way out. He could only choose who would kill him. To the Greek heroes, this was very important. The Greeks chased after Pei Zi-yun and sent their citizens to stop him. It was normal for them to be killed by Prince Paris. After all, Prince Paris was a descendant of Zeus. However, he could consume Paris's stamina and create the conditions for him to take action. But when the pursuing Greeks all arrived at the valley, Paris was nowhere to be seen. They immediately searched the interior of the valley. Something's wrong. Austin looked around the valley and suddenly felt something was wrong. He noticed there was water on top of the trees. He slowed down and went to touch it. Not good, these trees are not made of water, they are made of oil. Austin took a closer look and shouted in shock. Shoot! At this moment, a fire arrow was shot from above the valley. The fire arrow hit the trees covered in oil and instantly burned them. In the blink of an eye, the entire valley was set ablaze. The fire covered the sky and thick smoke billowed out. The pursuing Greeks were choking and breathing with difficulty. Shoot again! Another order rang out, and a rain of arrows rained down on the valley. Puff, puff, puff! The sound of arrows piercing through bodies rang out one after another, and the Greek soldiers and decurions fell like wheat being reaped. Miserable screams and wails rang out incessantly, and some of the decurions who were not hit by the arrows also fainted from the thick black smoke. Some of the unlucky ones who were close to the oiled trees were caught in the fire. They let out heart-wrenching screams that sent chills down the spines of the Greek. The heroes were powerful. Even though the thick smoke made it difficult for them to breathe, it was not life-threatening. Even though the heat of the fire was unbearable, it was not enough to kill them. We've fallen into a trap. The prince and the heroes used their shields to block the rain of arrows. After a few waves of arrows, the ordinary people and decurions who were chasing after Paris suffered heavy losses. The Greek heroes were only slightly injured. However, the fire and the smoke grew stronger and the threat increased. These heroes were no longer as calm as before. Charge forward and kill this despicable Paris! Toklos roared. Instead of retreating, he charged deeper into the valley. A few of the heroes immediately followed. Only one of them seemed to be retreating. But no matter what, the fire had still caused quite a bit of damage. At least the strong fire had dehydrated these people. As time went on, the weaker heroes began to feel dizzy. One of them charged through the sea of fire and out of the valley, quickly escaping into the distance. Pei Zi-yun looked and saw that it was Odysseus. He laughed coldly and said to Aeneas, "I'll leave Odysseus to you." Aeneas grinned and nodded. He picked up his weapon and chased after Paris. From his point of view, Paris was handing over the most valuable king to him. However, I know that even though Odysseus is the most valuable prey, he is protected by Athena. I can't kill him. The rest can be killed. Pei Zi-yun's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and prayed, "Penthesilea, look, I will put on your armor and use it to kill the enemies. I will avenge you." As he said this, he put on the armor given to him by the god of war. He held his spear and rushed towards the mouth of the fire. He wanted to guard the heroes that charged out of the sea of fire. He knew that this fire would not be able to take the lives of the heroes, especially some of the stronger heroes, who could escape the sea of fire. But their strength would more or less be weakened by the fire. Even the weaker heroes might not be able to escape the sea of fire. This gave him a chance to weaken the enemies to the minimum. With the god of war's armor, his strength would increase by another level. He was confident that he could stop the heroes that charged out of the sea of fire. Sure enough, just as Pei Ziyun arrived, 3 heroes rushed out of the sea of fire. They were Orsychros, Trepolimos, and Toklos. Just as they rushed out of the sea of fire, they saw Pei Ziyun holding his spear. One of them shouted, "Despicable Paris, using such a vicious plan to deal with us." Pei Ziyun laughed and said, "I'm not the godlike Achilles, and I'm not as strong as the mighty Diomedes, Ajax the Little and Ajax the Great. I'm not even as strong as Hector. It's impossible for me to fight all 10 of you alone. On the battlefield, there is no plan that is not vicious. As long as it can kill the enemy, it is a good plan. If you want to talk about despicable, isn't it more despicable for the 10 of you to fight me alone? Why don't I give you a chance to fight one at a time?" The 3 of them were speechless, but they were not willing to wait for death. Trepolimos shouted and threw his spear at Pei Ziyun. Swoosh! The spear was swift and fierce. It was like a meteor piercing through the sky, shooting towards Pei Ziyun's chest. Pei Ziyun seemed to have expected this. His body flashed and he dodged the spear. Bang! The spear hit the tree, making a loud sound. The tree, which was so thick that it would take a man to wrap his arms around it, was pierced through by the spear. Pei Ziyun's eyes narrowed. He did not expect Trepolimos to be so brave. However, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Look, you just said that I am despicable. Do you think that sneaking an attack on me is not considered despicable?" The 3 of them were enraged. Toklos raised his spear and rushed forward. Orsychros followed closely behind him, while Trepolimos circled around the tree behind Pei Ziyun to retrieve his spear. Pei Ziyun saw Toklos rushing towards him and suddenly raised his hand. His spear flashed and pierced towards Toklos. Toklos felt a stinging pain in his eyes. It was dust and he couldn't see it anymore. However, he was still a strong hero. He used his long spear to block Pei Ziyun's spear, while he dodged to the side with all his might. Pei Ziyun's spear was blocked by Toklos' spear and deviated from its original trajectory. It spun in the air and pierced towards Toklos' chest. Pooh! Toklos, who had just dodged Pei Ziyun's attack, could no longer block the surprise attack. He could only watch as the spear pierced into his heart. Ugh! Toklos opened his mouth and tried to grab something in front of him. However, everything was frozen in an instant. His body fell to the ground with a loud thud, sending dust flying everywhere. "Toklos!" Orsychros cried out in pain, but it was to no avail. Although Pei Ziyun and Toklos had exchanged blows, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Orsychros, who was following closely behind, finally caught up. Pei Ziyun pulled out his long spear, which was stained with blood, and stabbed it towards Orsychros. The long spear in his hand once again turned into a dancing silver snake, dancing in the air, constantly looking for flaws, waiting for an opportunity to kill Orsychros with his long spear. Dang! Orsychros blocked the spear again and again, but this time, Pei Ziyun's spear stuck close to Orsychros' spear and pierced towards it. Just as the spear was about to pierce Orsychros, Trepolimos, who had just retrieved his spear, rushed over and stabbed towards Pei Ziyun's back with the spear in his hand. "Shoot!" Pei Ziyun shouted. Then, a series of piu-piu sounds could be heard as more than 10 arrows were shot towards Trepolimos. Pooh! Dang! 2 sounds rang out at the same time. One was the sound of a spear piercing into Orsychros' chest, and the other was the sound of Trepolimos' spear blocking an incoming arrow. The spear pierced into Orsychros' chest and was stuck in the bronze armor. Pei Ziyun threw the spear away and pulled out his sword. He swung his sword and turned his body around. In order to avoid Pei Ziyun's long sword, Trepolimos retreated a few steps. Pei Ziyun wielded his long sword and charged forward. Grandmaster swordsmanship. His sword stabbed, slashed, and swept. In a short while, Tolpolimos was forced into a dangerous situation. His body was also slashed with many wounds. Finding an opening, Pei Yun's long sword pierced towards Tolpolimos' chest. Tolpolimos dodged to the side with all his might. But Pei Yun continued forward. The sword that was stabbing towards Tolpolimos suddenly flipped in the air, changing from a stab to a sweep. A cold light flashed, and a deep wound appeared on Tolpolimos' throat. Blood spurted out of Tolpolimos' throat like a fountain. He tried to cover his wound but to no avail. In a short while Tolpolimos fell to the ground. Pung! A cloud of dust filled the air, and Tolpolimos died instantly. Chapter 604. The flames in the valley gradually died down. Pei Yun, who had just killed 3 heroes, sheathed his sword and picked up his spear. He then walked towards the valley. The scene in the valley was tragic. There were 200 to 300 corpses of ordinary soldiers and decurions that had been burnt by the flames. They were still steaming, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell. Most of the soldiers and decurions had been choked to death by the thick black smoke. Their expressions were horrifying, and it was obvious that they had been tortured before they died. There were also many decurions that had been killed by arrows. Even if they didn't die on the spot, they would fall to the ground and die under the corrosive effects of the thick black smoke. There were also a few decurions that couldn't bear the pain of suffocating in the black smoke. They used their short swords to slit their throats and ended their lives. The remaining 4 heroes were lying in the valley, barely breathing. They were slightly weaker than the 3 heroes that had rushed out. If they hadn't been in front of Pei Yun, they would have had a chance to escape when the fire first started. At this point, they were either choking on the smoke or being burned by the fire. Not a single one of them was left unscathed. When they saw Pei Yun approaching, they slowly opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with hatred. It was this Prince Paris who had caused them to suffer such a crushing defeat. 2 of the heroes who had suffered less severe injuries roared out in anger and charged towards Pei Yun with their weapons. "You think you can fight me with this kind of strength? Now, follow me to the domain of Hades." Pei Yun looked at his trembling figure and knew that he had no more fighting strength left. He was roaring and charging towards him because he had fallen into a trap. He shook his head and stabbed the spear in his hand twice, killing the 2 heroes that had charged towards him. He then looked at the remaining 2 heroes and saw that they were both barely breathing. One of them was the son of Diarchus, Creed. He said in a weak voice, "Paris, I beg you to let me go. I will give you a ransom. As long as you let me go, I will withdraw from this battle and not be your enemy." Another hero opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his injuries were too severe. In the end, he didn't say anything. At this moment, Pei Yun suddenly felt a chill. His full priestess senses allowed him to feel the approach of God. "It's Hermes. He's here, but he's hidden. What does he think?" As Pei Yun thought about this, he walked up to the 2 heroes and said, "If this was in the past, I would choose to ask for a ransom and forgive you. But I have already sworn to Ares that I will avenge Queen Penthesilea. If you want to blame someone, blame Achilles for killing Penthesilea. However, don't worry. Even if we are enemies, I will give you an understanding funeral." As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Yun raised his long spear and stabbed it twice, ending the lives of these 2 heroes. Hermes had wanted to stop Pei Yun, but after hearing his words, he hesitated and sighed. He did not stop Pei Yun, and could only shake his head helplessly. With a flap of his wings, he disappeared into the horizon. As expected, using the excuse of avenging the humiliation of the god of war and avenging the queen, things went much smoother. After killing 7 heroes and sensing that Hermes was far away, Pei Yun picked up his weapon and exited the valley once again. He followed the trail of Austin's escape. Not long after, he saw Austin and Aeneas fighting fiercely in the distance. Austin and Aeneas seemed to be about the same level of strength. At this moment, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand, and Aeneas was unable to take him down. However, Aeneas did not need to capture Austin. He only needed to delay him until Pei Ziyun arrived. That would be the moment when Austin would be captured. Pei Ziyun was about to rush over to help Aeneas take down Austin, but at this moment, he felt the power of Athena. Looks like I won't be able to kill Austin this time, Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Athena had provided Austin with a lot of protection. Every time Austin was in danger, she would appear in time to help him get through it. This time was no exception. Although Athena was here, Pei Ziyun was not someone who would give up easily. He still wanted to try and take down Austin. He immediately shouted, "Aeneas, hold Austin back. I will come over immediately to help." When Austin heard Pei Ziyun's words, he was scared out of his wits and began to panic. Aeneas was overjoyed. He knew that it was only a matter of time before he took down Austin. He immediately used all his strength to hold Austin back, not giving him a chance to escape. Pei Ziyun raised his spear and charged towards Austin. However, as he was running, he tripped over something and fell heavily onto the ground. Athena, who was far away, nodded her head. She knew that she had temporarily stopped Paris from chasing Austin. She looked over and saw that Austin was panicking because of Pei Ziyun's arrival. Under Aeneas's full-force attack, he was already in a difficult situation. Looking at the situation, Austin would lose to Aeneas even without Pei Ziyun's help. At that moment, the strap on Aeneas's armor suddenly snapped. This caught Aeneas off guard, and Odysseus took the opportunity to launch a few counterattacks. With the belt broken, Aeneas's attacks were hampered. He found an opening to take off his armor, but Austin quickly jumped out of the battle and ran far away. Not long after, he jumped onto a boat and escaped from Tenedos Island. Aeneas stomped his foot in frustration, blaming himself for letting Odysseus escape. At this time, Pei Ziyun, who had fallen, walked over and comforted him. "Aeneas, don't blame yourself. This is fate allowing Austin to escape." Pei Ziyun was actually more tactful with his words. He couldn't say that it was the gods' arrangement to allow Austin to escape. If he did, Athena would definitely hold a grudge against him. This was such a good opportunity, but Austin escaped. "I don't know when I'll get another chance," Aeneas said dejectedly. Pei Ziyun smiled and said, "Don't worry. As long as Austin is still participating in this battle, we will definitely have a chance to kill him." Aeneas nodded and didn't say anything more. However, the frustration on his face couldn't be dispelled no matter what. As he watched the ship leave, Pei Ziyun could feel the gazes of the gods turning away. Athena had also left after Austin had left Tenedos Island and ensured his safety. Of course, the battle on Tenedos Island had ended, and the gods had lost interest in watching. Pei Ziyun sighed in relief when the gods' gazes shifted away. He didn't like being watched by the gods. After all, he had many secrets on him, and they might find out if he wasn't careful. Even though he let Austin escape and was tripped by Athena, causing him to fall hard, Pei Ziyun was still very happy. He was very satisfied with the result. This time, he had killed 7 heroes and gained a huge amount of bloodline power. This time, he should be able to reach the 7th or even the 8th level of his bloodline. If Pei Ziyun had killed the 7 heroes in broad daylight, he would have been blacklisted by the gods and listed as a target to be eliminated. But this time, he had used a trick, and the result was much better. At least the gods would think that he was cunning, but they wouldn't think that he had the strength to kill the 7 heroes. Looking at the script of the Battle of Troy, the strong heroes were all killed first, while the intelligent ones were allowed to live. Whether it was Austin or Calchas. So even if he could have killed them directly, Pei Ziyun still had to use a trick. Everything went smoothly. The reason why the Greek heroes were weakened was because Zeus needed the Greek and Troy powers to reach a balance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to kill 7 heroes in a row. Pei Zi-yun looked at Aeneas beside him and said, "We won the final victory. Not only did we not suffer any losses, we even got a few warships. Take them back, I still have to go to the Amazon." Aeneas nodded in agreement and said, "Paris, the reason why we won so easily is because of your strategy. Without your strategy, I don't know how much we would have to pay to kill these Greek heroes." Pei Zi-yun laughed. If the fire hadn't weakened the heroes and divided them, it would have been impossible for him to defeat so many heroes. He might even have been surrounded and killed. Aeneas was full of admiration, but he thought to himself, Paris's strength may not be comparable to Hector's, but he's still more suitable to be king. Initially, Aeneas did not believe that the Greeks would fall for the trap. But when he saw with his own eyes how the arrogant Greeks were led into a trap by Paris, one step at a time, and then all of them were killed, the shock in his heart could be imagined. This made Aeneas feel respect for the wisdom of Prince Paris of Troy. "Now, let us give these Greeks a proper burial," Pei Zi-yun said. Aeneas knew that Pei Zi-yun had a habit of burying the dead. This was a good story in Troy, and people always praised Prince Paris for his kindness and generosity. But at this time, he still didn't understand. Why do we have to bury them? They are all our enemies. But many of them are descendants of the gods, glorious heroes, noble princes. Even if they are our enemies, we still have to respect them. Pei Zi-yun said, and they died on the battlefield, so they deserve more respect. Maybe one day we will face the same fate. As he said this, he pointed to a boat and said, "I will sacrifice this boat to them. They came on this boat, and they will also leave on this boat." Aeneas heard this and didn't say anything more. He turned around and called for the decurions to clean up the battlefield. He only shouted, "Quick, quick, collect the bodies." Chapter 605. After the battle, the Trojans took off their armor and held a funeral. Pei Zi-yun and Aeneas took a bath, washing away the dust and blood stains. They slaughtered the pigs and lambs on the ship, and even slaughtered the bull as a sacrifice to the gods. According to the legends of the Greeks, without a funeral, one could not enter the underworld of Hades. The two of them ordered the soldiers to cut down the trees and chop them into firewood. The ordinary soldiers were piled on top of the firewood, while the 7 heroes were given their own beds. They were even anointed with incense and buried with gift. Pei Zi-yun ordered all the soldiers to wear their armor and get on the chariot. He took a step back and cut off a lock of his hair. He looked at the sea and said, "Ah, princes and heroes, you and I have killed each other because of fate. Now, please do not be offended and accept our sacrifice." As he said this, he lit the firewood and waited for the pile to burn to ashes. The bones of the heroes were placed in boxes, and stones and mud were used to build the graves. When all of this was done, Pei Zi-yun and Aeneas parted ways. They left on the ship and headed towards the Amazon. The ship sailed on the vast sea, the azure blue water splashing against the bow of the ship. The weather was clear and there were no clouds in the sky. The deep blue sky and the azure blue water intertwined and finally met in the sky. It was a scene that filled one's imagination. Pei Zi-yun stood on the deck and looked out at the azure blue sea. He was deep in thought. It was only after the ship had sailed for a long time that he wiped his sweat, as if he had been relieved of a huge burden. Finally, "There are no gods watching me, and the last person I saw was Hephaestus?" Ever since Pei Zi-yun had started this plan, there had been gods watching his every move. Even after he left Teneto's island, there were not as many gods watching him as when he was on the island. However, there were still gods watching him from time to time. It was only now that the pressure was completely released. "That's strange. I feel hatred. Why? Out of all the people I killed, who was related to it?" Pei Zi-yun wondered. He had no idea who he had killed to offend Hephaestus. The sons of Diocles, Chrysostom and Orsichorus, the son of Hercules, Thelopalamus, the half-brother of Ajax, and 3 heroes who were not even princes. Great Ajax's half-brother, Toklos, may have some Hephaestus blood in him, but he is not close. The other hero bloodlines are even more distant from Hephaestus. Maybe it's because of some other reason that they hate him? That's true. I killed 7 heroes by trickery. Each of them was blessed by the god. In other words, I offended at least a few gods. When Pei Ziyun was executing this plan, he had already considered the possibility of offending the gods by killing these heroes. However, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He could openly obtain the power of these heroes, so he would definitely not give up. He could only let go. Even if I have the protection of Apollo, and am in line with Zeus's wishes, and have done this in the name of Ares, if I continue to stay in Troy, I'm afraid I will meet with the dark hands of the gods. Leaving Troy now, and heading to the Amazon kingdom, is to avoid the limelight. Pei Ziyun had thought through all of this very thoroughly. Now that he was far away from Troy, it would be a good form of protection for himself. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun shouted, "System." Following the call, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It quickly enlarged and turned into an information interface with a faint sense of light. He looked at it. Hero Bloodline. Level 5, 191. 7%. Revenge Mission. In the name of Ares and Queen Penthesilea, divide Achilles and Agamemnon, annihilate a team of Greeks, and deal a heavy blow to the allied Greek forces. Completed. In fact, I'm almost at the 7th level now. The power required to level up is getting stronger and stronger. However, after killing 7 heroes, I can at least reach the 8th level, and maybe even more. Pei Ziyun was deep in thought. He looked at the mission again and clicked on it. 3 fate points, this reward is very generous. Now I have 23 fate points. I'm only 2 fate points away from the oracle. Mount Olympus. The gods gathered in the palace at the top of the mountain for a banquet. This banquet would be held on Mount Olympus once in a while. Zeus sat on a throne of gold and ivory. The gods sat around him. Apollo played the harp and the beautiful Calites danced. The gods were intoxicated by the gentle and melodious singing of Muse. As the battle continued, the red mist in the middle of the banquet became thicker and thicker. This meant that more and more people had died in this battle. To Zeus, this was a good thing. He wanted to use this opportunity to weaken the influence of the human heroes. In the middle of the red mist, the image finally stopped at the scene of Pei Ziyun standing on the deck, looking out at the sea. The gods looked away, no longer paying attention to Pei Ziyun. In this battle, the gods did not have much of a reaction. Everyone knew Zeus' intentions, and no one would be so unlucky as to go against Pei Ziyun. If they did so, they would be openly going against Zeus' will. When the time came, they would be the unlucky ones. The gods did not move except for one. That was the god of fire, Hephaestus. He looked at Pei Ziyun with hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Apollo looked at the god of fire's hateful eyes, and felt a little strange. As far as he knew, among the heroes that Paris had killed, there was no one who had the blood of Hephaestus. Artemis seemed to understand the confusion in Apollo's heart. She patted Apollo's arm and pointed at Aphrodite, the goddess of love, and smiled. Apollo had a look of sudden realization. He understood why Hephaestus hated Paris. Aphrodite liked brave and handsome young men, and Pei Ziyun was becoming more and more in line with her beauty standard. She looked at Pei Ziyun with tenderness in her eyes. However, Hephaestus saw the way Aphrodite looked at Pei Ziyun, and his heart was filled with jealousy. Everyone knew that Hephaestus was deeply in love with his wife, Aphrodite, and would naturally hate anyone who attracted his wife's gaze. Pei Ziyun had attracted the attention of the goddess of love, and this caused Hephaestus to be filled with hatred towards Pei Ziyun. Poor Paris, he has unknowingly offended another god. Apollo shook his head helplessly. The gods that Paris had offended included Hera and Hephaestus. Although Apollo had promised to protect Paris, if Paris had offended too many gods, he would not be able to protect him forever. Fortunately, Zeus was still protecting him, so he did not have to worry about Paris's safety. In this battle of Troy, Paris had already killed quite a number of heroes. And among these heroes who had been killed, more or less, they had the bloodline of a god. Zeus still needed Paris to continue living. None of the gods had laid their hands on Paris yet. Once Zeus felt that Paris's existence had become dispensable, he would be in a dangerous situation. Even with Apollo's protection, there was no guarantee of his safety. The atmosphere of the banquet was very lively. The gods were all smiling as they ate the fruits and roasted meat on the table, savoring the wine in their hands. To the eternal beings, the Battle of Troy was just a decoration in their lives, and would not affect them in the slightest. The gods only needed to occasionally pay attention to the progress of the battle. At other times, they would only pay attention when there was a major event that would decide the direction of the battle. At this time, Hera stood up slowly and walked in front of Zeus, pouring him a cup of wine. Zeus drank it in one gulp, and the obedient Hera had already peeled a grape and placed it in Zeus's mouth. Great God, great Zeus, your punishment of the Greeks should be over, right? Hera asked at the right time. No, the Greeks will still be attacked, until they invite Achilles. In Zeus's heart, Achilles was the most dangerous of the human heroes. Only by letting Achilles participate in the battle could he weaken the Trojans, and at the same time, accumulate the hatred of the gods towards Achilles. Once Achilles was eliminated, the problem would be solved. Hera's heart skipped a beat when she heard Zeus's words. She knew that Zeus had made up his mind, and no matter how she tried to persuade him, it might not work. Zeus's majestic gaze swept across the gods in the banquet hall, and he slowly said, "Listen, all of you. In this battle, if anyone dares to help the Trojans or the Greeks, I will throw him into Tartarus." Tartarus was a synonym for hell, and it was the underworld of hell. When the gods heard Zeus's words, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. They knew that during this period of time, they could not easily intervene in the battle between the Greeks and the Trojans. The banquet continued for a while before it was announced to be over. The gods returned to their mansions on Mount Olympus with complicated feelings. Zeus waited for the gods to leave and said to Hermes, who had not left yet, "Help me look after them. This time, there is no room for mistakes in the Battle of Troy. If any of them are up to mischief, you must tell me immediately." After saying this, Zeus turned around and left the palace at the top of the mountain. Outside the palace, a golden thunder chariot was quietly parked in front of the palace. Zeus boarded the golden thunder chariot, and the chariot started slowly. In a short while, it sped into the void at lightning speed. Mount Ida was very large, and there was a temple of Zeus at the top of one of the mountains. The temple was a building supported by marble columns, and the 5-story staircase was paved with a layer of white marble. The whole temple was enveloped in a layer of holy atmosphere. The sacred forest outside the temple was filled with all kinds of plants, and there were many bright flowers placed on the path of the sacred forest. At this time, fairies were decorating the neatly arranged flowers. Zeus rode the golden thunder chariot and galloped in the sky to his heart's content. Soon, he arrived at the top of Mount Ida. Although the golden thunder chariot was huge and galloping in the sky, mortals could not see it. Zeus drove the golden thunder chariot and slowly stopped at the temple of Mount Ida. He stepped into the temple, sat on the marble throne, and looked down at the city of Troy and the camp of the Greeks from the top of the mountain. He measured the strength of the two sides and did what was best for himself and the gods. Chapter 606. Greek Camp. Main tent. Odysseus brought back the news that the Greeks had been annihilated. He lamented about how they had fallen for the Trojans' trap, and how he was the only one who managed to escape. He even said that it was because of God's blessing that he was the only one who managed to escape. This time we fell into Paris' trap. He lured us into a valley, and there was a lot of kerosene prepared there. When we rushed over, a flaming arrow was shot in, and the entire valley was instantly set ablaze. I risked my life to escape, but the others were trapped inside. In the end, I was only able to escape because of the protection of God. Otherwise, we might not even have a messenger. Silence reigned in the camp of the Greeks, and the hearts of all were filled with sorrow for the loss of their hero, prince, and soldier. At the same time, everyone was angry at the Trojans for being so despicable. They did not expect that the Trojans would not dare to fight head-on, and instead resorted to crafty plots. When big Ajax heard that his half-brother, Toklos, had died in the hands of Paris, his heart was filled with grief. This younger brother of his had grown up with him, and now that he had entered Hades, he could not help but cry in pain in his tent. Despicable Trojans, how cruel of you to kill my beloved brother, Toklos. Despicable Paris was the mastermind behind all of this. I swear to the gods, I will avenge this despicable Paris. My dear brother, do you know that you did not die in a direct battle with the Trojans, but in the conspiracy of Paris? But conspiracies can never last long. I will make the Trojans pay the price. At this moment, a loud noise came from outside the camp. Before big Ajax could take a closer look, a man quickly ran in and reported, "Prince Ajax, the Trojans are attacking us." Big Ajax was furious. He had just heard that the Trojans had killed his brother, Toklos, and was still grieving. He did not even have a place to vent his anger, and the Trojans had come knocking on his door. "Quick, put on my armor and bring me my spear." Big Ajax hurriedly put on his armor, picked up his spear and rushed out. Just as he reached the entrance of the camp, he was met with a fierce battle. Die, despicable Trojans! The enraged great Ajax charged into the fray with his spear in hand. He aimed at a decurion and thrust his spear at him. Pooh! The spear pierced through the 10-man captain's chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Before the 10-man captain could even process what had happened, his vision went black, and he died. After killing a Troy decurion, great Ajax was still filled with hatred. Once again, he set his sights on a Troy centurion who was in the middle of a battle. The centurion had also seen great Ajax kill a decurion on his side, so when he was targeted by the centurion, he was also secretly on guard. However, the difference in strength between a normal person and a hero was too great. Not to mention that great Ajax was considered a powerful hero among the many heroes. He pulled out his bloody spear and charged forward. The centurion did not panic when he saw the great Ajax charging towards him. Instead, he signaled to his companions around him with his eyes, and they joined forces to fight against the Greek who was charging towards them. This was also a method that normal people used to deal with heroes. A few soldiers and decurions slowly moved closer to the centurion that great Ajax had his eyes on. However, when great Ajax charged towards them, only then did they understand that powerful heroes were the main theme of this war. Great Ajax charged forward with an indomitable momentum. His spear turned into a bolt of lightning, and before the centurion could even react, the spear pierced through the centurion's heart. At this time, the Troy soldiers around the centurion came to their senses and stabbed the spear in their hands towards great Ajax. Great Ajax's movement was far faster than the speed of the soldiers. Before the spear could pierce great Ajax's body, great Ajax had already pulled out the spear that had pierced through the Troy centurion. Although he was the last to attack, he managed to block the few incoming spears. Then, under the eyes of the few soldiers who were in disbelief, he began to counterattack them. In just a short while, the few soldiers were killed by great Ajax. "Surround them," Great Ajax displayed his prowess and killed the Troy soldiers one after another. However, the number of Trojans was not much less than that of the Greek. After all, many cities had joined the Trojans. Although he had killed a few Trojans, it did not change the situation of the battlefield much. At this time, in the sky, a blazing sun was scorching the earth. In the temple at the top of Mount Ida, Zeus looked down at the battle between the Trojans and the Greeks from the top of the mountain. He felt that the current situation of the battle between the two sides was not good, and it did not meet his expectations. In order to let the battle progress more in line with his expectations, as the battle entered the climax, Zeus took out the golden scale. He placed 2 death chips on the 2 ends of the golden scale and weighed them in the air. With a "pa" sound, the scale representing the Greeks tilted downwards, while the Trojans raised their hands high up into the sky. Oh, it seems that fate favors the Trojans this time. Boom! Although the sun was shining brightly, Zeus immediately used a bolt of lightning to fall on the Greek army, announcing the change of their fate. This ominous omen deterred the Greeks, and the heroes were depressed. The Trojans, on the other hand, were greatly encouraged, and perhaps even gained strength. With the blessing of this strength, the Trojans seemed to have endless strength. They shouted and charged forward, and the Greeks were no match for them at all. They were killed and retreated. Seeing that the Greek coalition was no match for the Trojans, Diomedes roared and rushed towards the Trojans, as if he wanted to rely on his bravery to reverse the decline of the Greeks. However, his luck was not good. As soon as he rushed out, he encountered Hector and Aeneas, who had just rushed back. Hector's strength may be slightly weaker than Diomedes, but now with the addition of Aeneas, he could completely resist. Even Diomedes was in danger under the attack of the two. On the other side, Zeus' son Sarpedon was resisting the angry great Ajax, and did not let him wantonly slaughter the Trojan soldiers. Under the attack of the Trojans, the Greeks were completely routed. Mount Olympus. Hera saw the situation in the Greek camp through the red mist, and was extremely anxious. However, she could not personally intervene in this war. She definitely did not dare to disobey the orders of Zeus. Therefore, Hera found the protector of the Greeks, Poseidon, and hoped that he could help the Greeks. Dear Poseidon, you see that the Greeks are completely unable to resist the attack of the Trojans. You are the protector of the Greeks. Do you want to watch the Greeks lose this war? No, Hera, although I do not want to see the Greeks lose, I do not want to join in casually. Poseidon's strength was actually very close to Zeus, but he also did not want to disobey Zeus' will. Hera was helpless. She knew that Poseidon did not dare to disobey the will of his brother, Zeus, and could only give up. At this time, the Greeks were completely killed by the Trojans in their camp. Relying on the last line of defense, they stubbornly resisted the swarming enemies, and painfully prayed for the protection of the gods. At this time, the gods who protected them did not seem to hear their prayers at all. They did not provide them with protection, and under the attack of the Trojans, they continued to shrink their line of defense. Hera heard the prayers of the Greeks again, and was very sympathetic towards their plight. She had always been a god who supported the Greek camp, but at this moment she was powerless. She felt extremely depressed. Hera turned to Athena and said, "The Greeks are in danger. Can we sit back and do nothing? Look, Hector is madly chasing after them, and he is massacring them." When Hera said this, within the Greek camp, Hector was indeed invincible. No one could stop his attack, and under his attack, the Greek soldiers were like wheat being reaped, falling in batches. Athena heard Hera's words, and her heart was also filled with sorrow. After all, she was also a god who stood on the side of the Greek. At this time, seeing the plight of the Greeks, how could she not sympathize with them? "Our father is very cruel," Athena said. "He has forgotten how I once saved his son Hercules from danger. Now that Thetis has won his favor with her gentleness and coquettishness, he hates me every time he sees me. But I think everything will change. You help me put on the horse, and I will go persuade father." In the end, Athena decided to persuade Zeus to change his mind, even if Zeus did not like her now. Hera and Athena appeared together on the top of Mount Ida. Zeus had foreseen their arrival, and he was very angry. He had clearly said that this time, no god was allowed to intervene in the war between the Trojans and the Greeks, but Athena and Hera still came here to persuade him. This made him feel that Athena and Hera were not obedient to his words. Zeus said, "The Trojans will obtain a greater victory." This sentence seemed to be deliberately said to Athena and Hera, and it directly blocked the words of Athena and Hera, who wanted to persuade him, so they could not speak. The powerful Hector will drive the Greeks to the stern, and in their despair, the Greeks will invite the humiliated Achilles again. This is the arrangement of the goddess of fate. Zeus announced his script. This time, he was determined not to be persuaded by anyone. Hera listened to this and did not say a word. She was sad now. Athena also did not say a word. She felt that Zeus's words were very direct, and no matter how much she said, it would be useless. But in their hearts, the two goddesses were furious at Achilles. Yes, this is it. Hatred can weaken the blessing of Achilles' fate, Zeus thought to himself. At this time, in the camp of the Greeks, the fighting was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the Greeks' last line of defense was about to be broken. Chapter 607. Yun's battleship sailed across the sea and stopped at the Amazon port of Themyscira. A horn sounded at the port, and a group of female warriors stood at the port to welcome him. Yun was dressed in a white tunic with leather armor and a short sword. He disembarked from the battleship with a solemn expression on his face. As soon as he disembarked from the battleship, a figure pounced on him, crying, "Sister!" Yun saw that it was Princess Hippolyte. She was crying her heart out. "Princess Hippolyte, your sister has returned to the arms of your father, Ares. You don't have to be too sad." Yun's heart sank as he spoke. Hippolyte wiped the tears off her face and said, "Prince Paris, thank you very much for bringing my sister back. Let's go to the palace." Yun nodded his head and did not say anything more. He followed Hippolyte into the war chariot and headed towards the Amazon palace. The Amazon palace was as simple and crude as before. There were more than 10 low-rise buildings surrounding each other, and in the middle was a large courtyard. In the main hall of the palace, Hippolyte brought Yun inside. There were more than 10 elders of the Amazon Empire who had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Yun carrying the urn of Queen Penthesilea in, they all cried out in grief, "Queen! Queen!" Yun remained silent and waited for them to calm down. He then held a simple yet solemn ceremony and solemnly handed over the urn to Hippolyte. "It was I who did not take good care of her, causing her to fall into the hands of Achilles. However, I have already sworn to your father, Ares, that I will avenge Queen Penthesilea. I have already killed 7 heroes to avenge her. As for the armor and weapons that your father gave to your sister, I have also brought them back to you." In the hands of a few servants were Penthesilea's armor and weapons. They shone with a faint golden light in the hall. There were also a few servants holding trays with white silk covering gold and bronze. Queen Penthesilea helped Troy to resist the Greek. "These gifts are a token of our apology," Yun said. Hippolyte held his sister's urn, his eyes red and swollen from crying. His sister's voice and smile were still vivid in his mind. In the blink of an eye, they had been separated by life and death. He couldn't help but sigh. After the handover ceremony, an elder stood up and said, "Princess Hippolyte, the Amazon kingdom cannot be without a ruler for a day. I hope that you can become our new queen." With that, the elder half knelt in greeting and supported Hippolyte as the new queen, while the other Amazon elders and female warriors echoed in agreement. Hippolytus was the daughter of Ares and the younger sister of Queen Penthesilea. Regardless of whether it was a divine or royal lineage, she was the best candidate to become the new Amazon queen. Hippolyte knew this as well, so she did not refuse. She nodded and said, "Thank you for your kindness, everyone. I will definitely fulfill my sister's unfinished wish and lead the Amazon kingdom to become even stronger." Queen Hippolyte. Everyone bowed in greeting to the new Queen Hippolyte. The ceremony of a city was not as complicated, and just like that, Hippolyte was officially crowned queen. In history, Penthesilea killed Hippolyte and died in battle in Troy. Following that, her son Ascalaphos died, and the bloodline of Ares was greatly weakened. Now, at least the Amazon bloodline has been preserved. Just as Pei Ziyun was thinking about this, he heard Hippolyte say, "I've already chosen a grave for my sister. It's in the sacred forest of my father's temple, so that she can accompany my father forever. Come with me to bury her." Pei Ziyun nodded his head and followed Queen Hippolyte to Ares's divine temple. Sacred forest of the temple of Ares, the priest placed the urn of Queen Penthesilea in the prepared grave. He raised his hands to the sky and prayed silently. The burial ceremony was simple and ended in a short while. "Prince Paris, I wish to continue leading the Amazon warriors to fight against the Greeks in Troy, and also to avenge my sister." Hippolyte suddenly turned around and said. Hearing this, all the elders were in an uproar. Pei Ziyun saw this and waved his hand, saying resolutely, "The Amazon kingdom has already lost a queen. We cannot lose another one. If you still wish to take revenge, please ask the great Ares to pass this responsibility to me." Pei Ziyun stopped Hippolyte from participating in the battle in Troy. With the involvement of the various cities and kingdoms, the war in Troy was even more chaotic than it had been a few years ago. If one was not careful, they could lose their lives there. The Amazon kingdom was not strong. Without it, it would not affect the current Troy too much. Pei Ziyun did not wish for the new Amazon queen to appear in the battlefield of Troy. If anything were to happen to her, Ares would have a bad opinion of him. "Queen Hippolyte, now that the war between Troy and Greece requires my services, I have delivered it. I shall take my leave now." Seeing the elders heave a sigh of relief, Pei Ziyun did not wish to stay any longer. He knew what the elders were thinking. The war between Troy and the Greeks had nothing to do with the Amazons. The original queen had already died in battle, and they could not drag the new queen into the mire. "I have already arranged a banquet for you. Are you not going to stay for the banquet before leaving?" Hippolyte said with a sense of loss. "No, Queen Hippolyte. Thank you very much for your grand hospitality, but the war in Troy has reached a critical juncture. I must return as soon as possible." Pei Ziyun smiled slightly. "If I can survive this battle, it will not be too late to return." Queen Hippolyte looked at Pei Ziyun reluctantly. Although she wanted him to stay, she knew that he was speaking the truth. The Amazons would not participate in the war, and Troy needed him to return as soon as possible. Hence, she did not ask him to stay. However, she took out Pentrilla's weapon and armor and said, "Prince Paris, please wear this. Wearing it will be equivalent to taking revenge on your father and sister." Pei Ziyun was a little surprised. He did not expect the armor and weapon to return to his hands after going one round. However, this was after all a weapon of a god. Wearing it would greatly increase his combat power. Pei Ziyun did not reject it, and took the armor and weapon from Hippolyte's hands. "Queen Hippolyte, I shall take my leave." After saying this, he bowed to Hippolyte and was about to leave. "Let me send you off," Hippolyte said. Pei Ziyun did not reject her. He left the palace with Hippolyte and boarded a chariot towards the port. Amazon Themyscira port. The chariot stopped. Pei Ziyun and Hippolyte alighted from the chariot. Pei Ziyun had only stayed in the Amazon for half a day, and this was after the handover ceremony took some time. Paris, will you come to Amazon to see me in the future? Hippolyte asked expectantly. Queen Hippolyte, once the war is over, I will definitely come to see you if I have the chance. Pei Ziyun said with a smile. He knew how Hippolyte felt about him, but he was not a person of this world. Sooner or later, he would have to leave. He could only let down Hippolyte's good intentions. Helen was required by the plot. Otherwise, he would not have the time to deal with these things. Now that he had been with them for a long time, their relationship had been nurtured. Queen Hippolyte, take care, Pei Ziyun said as he turned around and boarded the ship. Paris, the gods will bless you in victory. You must remember to come back to see me. Queen Hippolyte chased after him and shouted loudly. Pei Ziyun had already boarded the ship. When he heard Hippolyte's words, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Set sail. After giving the order to set sail, the ship left Amazon's Themyscira port and headed towards Troy. The sea was endless, and waves lapped against the side of the ship. A few seabirds were flying high above the ship. Pei Ziyun looked out at the sea. He could never get enough of the vast sea. At this moment, a shadow appeared on the deck of the ship. The surrounding sailors did not see her. Some even passed through her body without noticing. The shadow walked in front of Pei Ziyun and said, Paris, your plan this time was not bad. You succeeded in killing so many Greek heroes under the eyes of the god. The moment Pei Ziyun saw the Phantom Lady, the priestess could sense her aura as well. However, he did not show any signs of abnormality. Instead, he looked surprised at the sudden appearance of the shadow. Pei Ziyun did not turn around. He looked out at the sea and said, Respected madam, thank you for your compliment. This plan cannot be repeated. There will not be such a good thing for me again. The shadow nodded, agreeing with Pei Ziyun's words. The gods would not allow Paris to kill so many Greek heroes at once. She paused and said, During the time you were away, there was a new development in the war against Troy. Achilles was insulted by Agamemnon and withdrew from the war in anger, while Aeneas of Troy, Hector, and Zeus's son, Sarpedon, took the opportunity to join the battle. The Greeks suffered a serious defeat and are defending their last line of defense. Pei Ziyun raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that in the few months after he left, the Battle of Troy would progress so much. From what he could see, all of this was arranged by Zeus. Zeus' goal was to force the humiliated Achilles to participate in the battle. He did not speak and listened to the shadow. Agamemnon had already submitted to Achilles. He compensated the humiliated Achilles with a huge amount of wealth and even promised to marry his daughter to him. Pei Ziyun did not expect Agamemnon to be so willing. However, thinking about it, the Greeks had been forced into a corner. Other than asking Achilles for help, they had no other choice. However, Achilles rejected Agamemnon's offer. The Phantom Lady gave an unexpected answer. Logically speaking, with such a generous offer, Achilles should not have rejected it. But in the end, he rejected it. Achilles is still too young and full of vigor. This is too much. Pei Ziyun sighed when he heard this. Chapter 608. The Phantom Lady was slightly surprised by Pei Ziyun's words. She then asked curiously, Oh? What do you mean? The Greeks have suffered a huge defeat. This would satisfy the humiliated Achilles, and give him a valid reason to return as the king. Pei Ziyun said. Without this reasonable reason, Achilles will not help the Greeks again. But during this period of time, the blood of the Greeks has been spilled. Now that Achilles is unwilling to return, the Greeks will continue to bleed. The situation will only worsen. The gods that are on the Greek side will have limited patience and compassion. Pei Ziyun was careful with his words. He did not say that he knew what was going on. He was just trying to deduce the situation from a mortal's point of view. The Phantom Lady listened to Pei Ziyun's analysis and nodded her head repeatedly. She seemed to agree with what he said. She then said, Thetis's relationship with Zeus is wearing thin. Zeus has shown that he is running out of patience. It's only because Thetis is still begging him that Zeus is willing to give Achilles some time. You're right. If Achilles drags on any longer, not only will the Greek coalition be disgusted with him, but the gods who support the Greeks, Hera, Athena, and Poseidon, will also have a worse impression of Achilles. Some of them might even hate him. From their point of view, it was Achilles' refusal to fight that caused the Greeks to be in such a predicament. It was only because of Zeus's warning that the gods did not act rashly. Achilles is walking towards his death step by step, even though he did not have much chance of survival. The Phantom Lady was also pronouncing Achilles' death sentence. It was only a matter of time. She then said, Every day that Achilles drags on, he is using up the blessings of fate. Not only humans but also gods. The Phantom Lady said a new phrase. Blessings of fate. This was something Pei Ziyun had never heard of before. He could not help but think that this phrase might have something to do with this world. Achilles had always had the possibility of becoming a god. His blessings should have been huge. However, Zeus had purposely allowed him to use up his blessings until he died. Perhaps this is the reason why the war has been going on for so many years? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Achilles was a hidden danger to Zeus, but as long as fate was not exhausted, he would not die. That was why Zeus had allowed the Battle of Troy to continue for so many years, slowly exhausting Achilles' destiny. Even if Achilles had the blessing to become a god, after so many years, it would still be exhausted, and when that time came, it would be the time of his death. The more Pei Ziyun thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Zeus, who was a wise and far-sighted man, did not have to resort to such a complicated method to get rid of a human hero. Yet he chose to use such a complicated method, which could only mean that he was wasting the lives of these heroes. Just as he was thinking, he heard the Phantom Lady say, But Paris, you have killed so many heroes. Although you have a good reason every time, some gods still resent you. There's nothing we can do about it. Pei Ziyun laughed bitterly. He couldn't tell the Phantom Lady his true intentions of killing these heroes. However, in order to obtain the blood of these heroes, he had no choice but to do this. Honorable lady, we are at war. Either they kill me or I kill them. Although these things require caution, I have no choice but to do so. Right now, I'm only worried about my final fate. Lady, can you help me? The final fate that Pei Ziyun was referring to was naturally when the Battle of Troy ended, when the gods no longer needed him and wanted to take his life. If you are willing to help me kill a possibility of fate, I will help you once. The Phantom Lady was not surprised to hear this. She muttered to herself and threw out a bait. However, she did not make it clear what this possibility of fate was. Possibility of fate? Pei Ziyun muttered to himself. Initially, he thought that this person had something to do with Gaia. After all, he could feel the aura of Gaia. However, from the looks of it, she was more related to fate. The possibility of fate made Pei Ziyun think of the bronze dragon in World of Warcraft. It could interfere with the timeline and was the guardian of the world's normal history. Nozdormu and his descendants were responsible for protecting history from being tampered with. The timeline and fate were closely linked. The last time he crossed the timeline, what would be the possibility of fate this time? Just as he was thinking about this, a system notification popped up. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and enlarged rapidly. It turned into a transparent information interface with words on it. Mission: respond to the call of the Phantom Lady and obtain 3 drops of God's blood. Proceed with the next journey of fate. Respected lady, I will help you. Pei Ziyun looked at the system mission and said. Although he did not know what the possibility of fate was, the system mission had already appeared. He had to agree to it. The Phantom Lady nodded her head in satisfaction and said, This time, you have to rush to the battlefield. You will have the chance to obtain the god's blood. Go get it and I'll give you a ride. You'll be able to return quickly and join the crucial battlefield. As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew from the surface of the sea. Under its effect, the battleship shot towards the direction of Troy like an arrow. After the Phantom Lady released the wind, her figure gradually disappeared from the deck of the battleship. Pei Ziyun was already used to the way she came and left. He was not surprised and muttered, 3 drops of God's blood. Greek camp. The Greeks had given up most of their control and were defending their last line of defense. After Agamemnon's submission to Achilles had failed, he had no choice but to personally lead the Greek heroes and soldiers to fight back. The brutal battle continued. The Greeks had nowhere to retreat to, and the Trojans could see the light of victory. Both sides were doing their best to wear each other down. Agamemnon was the commander of the Greek allied forces. Normally, he did not fight much, causing many to overlook the fact that he was also a powerful hero. At this moment, he was clad in battle armor and wielding a long spear. He organized the Greeks to fight back and personally assassinated the Trojans. Die. With a wave of his long spear, the Trojan soldiers and decurions were no match for him. In the blink of an eye, several of them were killed. At this point, Antenor's son, Ephidamus and Cohen rushed over. "It's Agamemnon, kill him!" When they saw Agamemnon's silhouette, they raised their weapons excitedly and charged towards him. If they could kill Agamemnon, that would be the greatest glory. Of course, Agamemnon saw the Trojan heroes as well. When Ephidamus and Cohen rushed over, he threw the long spear in his hands towards Cohen. Whoosh! The long spear streaked across the sky and appeared in front of Cohen. Antenor's son, Cohen, was also a powerful hero. Faced with the unexpected spear, he struggled to jump to the side and narrowly dodged Agamemnon's spear. At this moment, Ephidamus had already arrived in front of Agamemnon. He raised the spear in his hands and stabbed it towards Agamemnon's waist. Agamemnon, who had just thrown the spear, did not even have time to resist. However, the goddess of fortune seemed to favor Agamemnon. The tip of Ephidamus' spear pierced Agamemnon's belt and broke with a crack. Agamemnon was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He would not let go of this opportunity. He grabbed the spear with his left hand and forcefully pulled it away. At the same time, he drew his sword from his waist with his right hand and slashed at Ephidamus's neck, who was still in shock. Agamemnon's sword slashed at Ephidamus's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Half of Ephidamus's neck was cut off, and he fell to the ground. Ephidamus! At this moment, Cohen rushed over and angrily stabbed his spear diagonally, hitting Agamemnon's arm near the elbow. Agamemnon felt a sharp pain. The place where he was stabbed was stained with blood. Without thinking, he turned around and slashed at Agamemnon. Cohen stepped back and dodged the slash. "Go to hell!" Agamemnon threw another spear. This time, Cohen did not have time to dodge. He was hit in the chest and died on top of his brother's corpse. After killing Cohen, Agamemnon did not dare to continue fighting. He was injured and needed treatment. Otherwise, his battle strength would be affected, and it would be easy for the enemy to take advantage of him on the battlefield. "Retreat, go to Dr. Fuarion," Agamemnon immediately ordered. He jumped onto the chariot and left the battlefield, speeding towards the camp. However, his retreat made the situation of the Greeks worse and worse. The morale of the Greeks was greatly affected, and the soldiers were losing ground. Hector saw that Agamemnon had left the battlefield and knew that this was a rare opportunity. He shouted, "Friends, it's time for you to make a name for yourselves. The commander of the Greeks, Agamemnon, has fled the battlefield. Zeus will give us victory. Advance, charge." As he shouted, he charged forward like a whirlwind. Wherever he passed, the Greek heroes and soldiers would give way. No one was a match for him. Originally, The Greeks had Ajax and Diomedes to defend against Hector's attack. However, at this moment, they did not seem to be on the battlefield. On the battlefield, Dr. Mahawan was bandaging the wounds of a hero. At this moment, Hector saw the opportunity and rushed over, stabbing Mahawan with his spear. Mahawan was concentrating on bandaging the wounds of the hero and did not know that someone would attack him. He did not put up any resistance and was about to be killed by Hector's spear. The hero who was bandaged by Mahawan was extremely anxious. At the last moment, he pushed Mahawan away, but Mahawan was still stabbed in the right shoulder by Hector. Blood flowed from Mahawan's right shoulder, dyeing a large area red. When Idomeneus saw that Mahawan's right shoulder was injured, he shouted, "Nestor, quickly help Dr. Mahawan into the chariot." He raised his weapon and blocked Hector's attack. A doctor who could treat arrow wounds and was proficient in the art of medicine could be as effective as hundreds of ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. Therefore, when they saw Mahawan being stabbed by Hector, the Greeks were anxious. If Mahawan was killed by Hector, they would have no doctor to treat their injuries. They could only wait for death. "I'm here." Nestor rushed over with his chariot and pulled Dr. Mahawan, who was injured in the right shoulder, onto the chariot. Without hesitation, he drove the chariot back to the warship. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.